You're listening to the House of Cards on the Big Patriot Radio Network, brought to you by F1 Mechanical. All music has been paid for under applicable licenses and is the property of BigPatriotRadio.com. All subjects and topics may not be the opinions or made by the show's host and or producer. Sit back and enjoy. Hey, good evening, everybody. Happy Election Day. Happy Election Day. Here it is. We are here. Thank goodness. We've been waiting for this for a long time. I don't know about you, but I'm kind of sick and tired of the commercials coming from somebody in media. I guess that's, hold on one second here. See my new cup there. Anyway, man, I'll be glad when these commercials are done. But thank you for being here. This is the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show. We are so excited. Joining me here in a little while is going to be two co-hosts. Corey Allen with the Overton Report is going to be coming in live from Washington, D.C. He'll be joining us here shortly. Also, live from Tallahassee, Florida, Andrew Southwick. He is with Culture Crossroads. Both of those guys and their podcast can be heard here on BigPatriotRadio.com 5 nights a week. Mondays is New America Movement with the Cox guys out of Easley, South Carolina. Then on Wednesday is Corey Allen and the Overton Report. That's Wednesday at 8 and 9 p.m. Thursday is us right here, simulcasting back across the room to Big Patriot Radio. Saturdays, Ann Ubellis, the Radio Chickadee, and her show, Southern Sense Podcast, radio podcast, will be on at 7 o'clock every Saturday evening. Hopefully she can join us here in a little while. And then Sunday, once again, that is Andrew Southwick and Culture Crossroads. As you'll see, we've got several advertisers we're going to be talking about tonight. I want to make sure everybody sees that. This is the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show, powered by F1 Mechanical. And this segment brought to you by MXM Productions. Do you know if your home's heating and cooling system is working properly, safely, and efficiently? Call F1 Mechanical in Hilton Head, Bluffton, and Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as Greater Charlotte, North Carolina, for immediate service or inspection. Don't wait weeks. Call 843-284-9156. 284-9156 today. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's F1 Mechanical, 843-284-9156. Call now, and all customers with gas furnaces will get a free combustion air test.
Locked and loaded.
Let's go.
Big Patriot Radio. Blues, news, country pop, and classic rock.
And joining us in a little while, also, we're going to have I believe he's a service manager and another manager from that I hear of earlier today. From F1 Mechanical, Derek Miller is going to be here. We've had him on here before. We'll bring him on. We'll talk about what's going on over there. And we greatly appreciate those guys and gals for their interest in the Election Night Show and in Big Patriot Radio. Speaking of which, we are simulcasting. I see the stream just got up. We are simulcasting live on BigPatriotRadio.com. And if you're like, well, what is that? If you're new, we've got a ton of people watching over multiple networks. We've got 3 Facebook channels, 2 YouTube feeds, and BigPatriotRadio.com. That is the latest and greatest in radio. It is digital broadcasting, not terrestrial like FM or AM going across the dial. This is digital. You find it on streaming, internet, Roku, Alexa, your laptop, your car, stream it to your car, whatever. BigPatriotRadio.com is all the talk when it comes to blues, news, country pop, and classic rock. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There's no time out. Big Patriot Radio is right there for you. All right. So what are we doing tonight? Well, we have got a lot of stuff to cover. We're going to talk, obviously, I'm here in South Carolina. Again, Corey is in Washington, D.C., and Andrew's going to be coming in from Tallahassee, Florida. So we're covering a lot of stuff. We joined forces with the Overton Report and with Culture Crossroads and the BEK Network. That's a television network down there in Tallahassee, to bring this to you both our force is here locally being the state of South Carolina, and then national. Corey's input's going to be also on his local in South Carolina, and the temperature, if you will, in Washington, D.C. He's been there for about 24 hours. So we'll talk to him and see, what's going on there. And then Andrew, he has a lot of listeners here, even more down in Florida. So he'll be in and out talking about Florida elections. We see on the East Coast, the polls have closed pretty much all over the East Coast. Let's take a gander here. I'm going to be watching several sites. And this is not just tonight, I do this rather often. 270 to win. I'm on there rather often. 270 to win. And we'll be putting that up on the screen as the evening goes. Also, in the state of South Carolina, for those folks who are here in South Carolina, we've got the SC Votes, the app for media up, where we're going to look county by county. And, I hope this is a hope every year. And I have to kind of chuckle because Representative Weston Newton talks about this as well. Beaufort County is like the last one to report in. I mean, we've got counties that are so poor they can't pay attention, and they report faster than Beaufort County. It's not because we're that big. Greenville's huge. If you go top to bottom, I mean, that's enormous. Horry County, enormous. Charleston County, they can all get the votes in and counted in time. Beaufort County seems to have an issue. So let's put some money on those folks and that they're going to get them turned around. All we can do is hope. But we'll be giving you all the input. And I'm sorry, the polls are about to close. It's 6:56 here on the East. So polls are about to close there. Interesting thing we're going to show you a little bit later on. Just found out about this, was not aware of this site, but electionintegritymap.com. Electionintegritymap.com. Election integrity that's a big deal. It should be a big deal. And we talk about it for the last 2 years a lot. So I get turned on to this website, and you can go to the map and see when there have been reports. If you think something is awry, you can report that to, the poll worker or whatever they're called in your state. You can also file it. You can file a report from this website. And on this site, they have these yellow, like, caution triangles that they leave up. And, interesting, I'll just go through some of them and I'll bring them up a little bit later on. But let's see, at 4:16 p.m. on the 3rd of November, so 2 days ago, ballot was received at an incorrect address in Greeley, Colorado. There was on the same day at 4:10 p.m. in Sierra Vista, Arizona, a report of voter manipulation. Let's see if we can get to something a little more. Here we go. In Huntsville, Alabama, today at 4:30, there was machine malfunctions. What else? We've got in Pell City, Alabama, today at 3 o'clock, there was ballot printing problems. So the list just goes on. Early voting problems in Statesville, North Carolina, somebody trying to vote without an ID. So it's kind of interesting to see that, and we'll let those play out as we go along. Don't forget, you can send us a message if you're watching. You won't be able to if you're listening, but if you're watching, you can send us a message. Just go into the chat bar of your program, whatever you're watching on, and type away and send that to us. Whether you've got questions, you want us to look into something in particular county that you're interested in, we certainly will do that. We've got people coming in and out all night. We have talked to all of the candidates. Well, let me rephrase that. I've talked to all the candidates I did interviews with and have invited them at any time they want to to come on the show, and I would imagine it would be after they win, pulling for them to win, and talk to you. Matter of fact, anybody that wants to, if you're a candidate and you want to come on here, we can make that happen. I know Corey has talked to several folks up in the Charleston, Berkeley County, Dorchester County areas, possibly in Lexington counties. Matter of fact, I know Lexington and Newberry counties, and have invited them in. Also invited some folks in the Greenville, Pickens area. So we'll have them. They'll be in and out all night long. How long does this go? It goes till we can't go anymore. Whatever that ends up being, I guess we'll find that out. I guess it was 2 years ago. Yeah, was it 2 years? Yeah, when we did midterms. I know Corey and I both. We didn't last. We didn't last all that long. Hopefully tonight will go a little bit better. Hold on one second. We believe that in listening to folks today that are a lot smarter than I am, I don't think this will be an all-nighter across the country. I don't think they'll announce who wins the national election, president of the United States. I don't believe that'll happen tonight, but I don't think it will be a long, laborious ordeal. I think it's going to come down to, and I'll get my colleagues' thoughts on this here in a little while. Love to hear your thoughts. I think it's going to come down to, it's always coming down, in my opinion, to Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, especially Georgia. I'm interested to see what happens there. And then Arizona or Nevada, one or the other. I'm leaning a little bit heavy on Arizona, but we'll see what happens. There is a enormous monkey wrench thrown into the mix, and that is because of early voting. This is the first time that we've seen such early voting numbers like we have. Welcome the folks in this segment, brought to you by the Palmetto Woodworker, and you'll see their logo up there in the upper right-hand corner. We're going to change that all night long as we go along. But anyway, like 40%, and I heard that in some places, 40% of voter turnout. I mean, that is incredible. We're used to here, if you get to 10%, sometimes that's like a wow, thank goodness, 10% came out. We're talking 40% or whatever. So what does all that mean? I think every talking head is going to have a different opinion about that. I know for me personally, what do I subscribe to? I subscribe to the thought process that typically early voting, if the numbers are low, that's usually a sign of the Democrat Party having a little bit better voting numbers. We're seeing numbers, at least from reports that I've been watching and getting, of Republican voters far and above exceeding what they figured. Here's a good example. In Pennsylvania, heard this last night, was listening to a fellow. He said, the Democrats their plan was they would go into election day with at least 500,000 votes. 500,000 votes. That's what they would have going into election day. Well, election day started, or last night, the numbers, they started looking at, the numbers of voters. And this is done by, in some states, if you're registered, you obviously know what who's voting for what. There's always a plus or minus in here. Anyway, they said, well, we can handle 400,000. 400,000 was the number from the Pennsylvania, the Democrat Party in Pennsylvania. They didn't even come close to 400,000. Matter of fact, the number that I got was that they were 150,000 votes shy, 150,000 people shy of hitting that we have to get to number. So, that doesn't mean anything unless you just are excited about numerics. And then, that could mean something. So let's see. It is now 7:03 here on the East Coast. The polls have closed. They have closed, and they'll start counting away. We'll see what happens. Did you happen to see the story last night? The very first place, and it's been this way for as long as I can remember, the very first place to vote in the United States, it happens at, I guess it's like 12:01, is in New Hampshire, a place called Dixville Notch, Dixville Notch. Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. They voted last night. There's 6 people in that town that vote. And they came out 3 for Kamala Harris and 3 for Donald Trump. Interesting. They have some down ballot races there in New Hampshire that are going to draw some eyes and ire of people. So we have to, pay attention to that. Let's go ahead. I want to go over a couple of scenarios with you, and let's share this screen. I've been working on this, so I didn't mess this up. So here we have the screen for 270 to win. Okay, 270 to win. Now, I think if you take all the gimmies, and let's just go ahead and do that. South Carolina, and this is for Donald Trump, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Let's go over here. Montana and Idaho, I believe, are pretty safe. Let's go ahead and put in Wyoming and Utah, not Colorado, Kansas and Nebraska minus 2 of their, they split their votes in Nebraska, and I've got districts 2 and 3. It's either 2 and 3 or 1 and 2. It really doesn't matter. Going to the Democrat Party. The Dakotas, I believe, are solid in the Republican win column. Missouri, Indiana, and I believe those are, in Florida. How could I forget Florida and Alaska? So right off the bat, I have 211 to 2. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do the gimmies for Kamala Harris. Let's do this. I believe New Mexico will go there. I'm pretty sure Colorado will. Illinois, unfortunately, Virginia, New York. See if I can find all these. Connecticut, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, DC, Vermont. I can't find, there it is. Rhode Island and Massachusetts. New Hampshire, I think, is a toss-up right now. Maine, I believe Maine is going to be, let's go back to red. I'm sorry about that. Maine, I believe, is going to go red, except, son of a gun, except for 1, and there we have it, or 2 rather. So they split their votes in Maine as well. So now we have 215 to 206. 215 to 206. Easily done. We can easily see that. So let's just take some, let's take some what ifs. Let's just say, for example, Minnesota goes blue, Iowa goes blue, and let's also assume Pennsylvania is going red. New Hampshire, let's take that to blue. North Carolina, I believe, really could go either way, but let's just go ahead and give it to the Democrats. Georgia, I think there's a strong possibility, again, according to polls and numbers of, people who have stood in line, that could go to the Republican Party. Hawaii, forgot about y'all. Sorry. Definitely going blue. Now we're at 250, 230. 250, 230. And you see the states we have in play: Nevada, Arizona, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So I'm going to put Michigan as red. That's at 265. Now all Trump has to do is win one of these final 4 states. Well, let's say that Harris picks up Arizona and Wisconsin. Now we're at 251 on the Democrat side to 265 Republicans. Let's say if something was to happen and North Carolina goes blue, we're almost at a tie, and you see where Nevada all of a sudden becomes the catalyst. If it's red, Donald Trump wins. If it's blue, Kamala Harris, God help us, would win. So we're going to go back to that map every now and then. Would love to hear from you what your thoughts are on the states in play, where they're coming from. We'll take a check here of the maps, and let's see here. Looking in South Carolina under the maps, and it's still too early. I don't expect that. Don't forget, in South Carolina, we have 46 counties to go through. There are 2,308 precincts. I know that number has to be up very high, because here in my county, we just added a ton of precincts because of people moving in. So that number is steady going up. I figured we would have more than 2,000 precincts in the state. Registered voters in South Carolina, 3,343,423. That is the number of registered voters in the state. Taking a look back at, it's funny, the election integrity map website goes in and goes out. I think their website is not powered enough. Matter of fact, it's not powered by current financial partners, supporter of this segment, and they should be. Right now it's down. It'll be back up. It is 10 minutes after the hour right here on Big Patriot Radio and Beaufort's House of Cards.
Your rock authority. Big Patriot Radio.
I wouldn't tell anybody about this.
And once again, this is the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show. So glad to have you with us. Mike Covert, your host. We do have Corey Allen of the Overton Report co-hosting from Washington, D.C. He'll be coming on here shortly. Also, Andrew Southwick, he's going to be coming on about 7:30 or so, and he's coming in from Tallahassee, Florida. He is the host and producer of Culture Crossroads. If you haven't listened to that, I encourage you to take a listen. It's you can find it here on Big Patriot Radio Sundays at 7:00 p.m., 7 to 8 every Sunday. It's a fantastic show. All of our podcasts, quite honestly, they're all their own unique way of getting across a message. Yes, they're all conservative in nature. Go figure. But each one does it a little bit differently. And it's very interesting to sit back and look at the dynamics behind all this. I want to do a check here while let's see if there's any problem across the state right now. Let's see. The Associated Press. We have, let's go ahead and come back over here. We have a couple of states to, we're going to go back to this board. And let's it's the wrong one, I think. Bear with me 1 second. We're going to. All right, we'll be back to that here in just a second. Just see coming on with us. Let's bring in from Washington, D.C., Corey Allen. Hey, buddy, how are you?
Hey, how's my sound?
It's fairly good. It sounds like you're a little far away from the mic.
See, the thing is that I forgot to bring my mic stand.
I got you. Well, I mean, that'll work. It will definitely work. Oh, wait a minute. Everybody's seeing that you're here. Oh, how about that? Wow. How's it going, buddy?
It's going good, man. There's definitely a nervousness in the air here in DC.
Nervousness in the air. So tell me, like, what do you mean by that?
So, well, I got here yesterday and everything was just, it's like the people were dead silent. And some people probably don't know this, but JT Bessinger and I, 4 years ago, we had come up here the weekend after the election, and that was when the media called the election for Biden.
Mm-hmm.
And when that happened, the streets were dead, right? But when they called that election for Biden, like floods of Democrat activists and operatives from all over the city just flooded out into the streets. It turned into a massive party for the establishment. It was very, very surreal and very creepy. Mm-hmm. And they were just partying, and the next day everything was trashed. We have videos of all that, but this year, obviously the election hadn't happened yet, but everybody's nervous, everybody's concerned. I think that Donald Trump's going to win.
So what being there on the street, I mean, what kind of nervousness are they talking about? Talking about people, the far left, going batshit crazy over this, or what?
Yeah. We, and then throughout the day today, we saw just different groups of people, and people can see this on my profile on Facebook, boarding up stores and buildings and things like that. And they're not doing that in case Kamala wins, they're just not.
Right.
Because there's not, a right-wing mob that lives in this city. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They're doing
exactly.
that.
I saw some of your pictures earlier. Did you have a chance to talk to any of the Capitol Police or the DC Metro Police?
No. So, we passed by a couple of Capitol Police, but they weren't really in the mood to speak. But then again, we were wearing, some Trump gear, like this hat and things like that. So,
right.
But I'll tell you one thing. A lot more people were friendly today than they would have been a couple of years ago. Giving the thumbs up and stuff like that. So,
how about restaurants? Anything different in restaurants, or?
The only thing that I can tell that's different about restaurants from now and a few years ago is that there are more of them open. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah, but then it was it was COVID. So
true.
That's what I'm comparing it to,
True.
So
awesome. Well, let's go ahead and bring this up again. It looks like, according to the Associated Press, they have called Indiana for President Trump, and they've called Kentucky for President Trump. So he has picked up, what is that, 19
votes.
Votes. Yeah, I'm at a loss. They also have called Vermont, and Vermont has gone to Kamala Harris.
Okay.
I don't know why.
None of these are very, shocking.
No, not at all. Before you came on, I was going through the map, as a matter of fact, and doing some, what ifs. And again, folks, love to have your opinion or a question for either myself or Corey about particular states. Corey, one of the things that I am really looking for is, there's been a big to do about early voting and the early voting numbers. And take for an example, Pennsylvania. I was listening to some folks that said, Pennsylvania the Democrats were looking for 500,000 early votes. That was what they knew they were going to get, and it was going to just walk in. Well, then, as the counting was going on of these early votes and mail-in, it was shown to be, well, we can handle 400,000. We can handle 400,000. We like 500,000, but we'll handle 4.
Right.
And late last night, a fellow I was watching said that they finally finished all that, and they were 150,000 votes shy of what they had to have. Your thoughts on that?
Well, keep going, because there's a little bit there that I missed, because I was talking to Fawn Pedalino, state rep, asking her about how they're feeling and what's going on with them. And just so everybody knows, like, I'm talking to different people about the races in South Carolina right now, because certain numbers are starting to come in from different precincts, and we're trying to set up for these people to come on the show a little bit later. And so I'm very, very sorry, but I missed a little bit of what you were saying.
Yeah, no worries. The other thing was that, I looked at in Georgia, at least for me, if all these numbers are correct, and I mean, you really don't know till the fat guy has sung. Georgia is one that could, for the first time in a long time, doesn't go by the way of Fulton County and DeKalb County. That seems to be very, very possible this time around. And the scenario that I painted earlier for folks was that of it coming down to Nevada, I believe was the one I had as the final straw. Who got Nevada? Really? That's how I came up with it. And I had cherry picked. I think I gave North Carolina to Harris, and Georgia to Trump.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, but I wanted to see, the what ifs. Let's play with the board and see what happens. And anyway, it came down to Nevada for me, and I had heard. I don't remember which outlet I was paying attention to the other day, but somebody was talking about the same thing, like Nevada, Georgia, and there was one other one that they were like, this is where we're not sure about. So I do want to mention that this segment is sponsored by McIntyre Family Chiropractic. Say that 5 times. Thank you to those folks at McIntyre Family Chiropractic. I'll probably need one after sitting in this chair all evening. You know what I mean?
I absolutely do. Actually, I am a client of McIntyre Family Chiropractic.
Are you really?
Mike McIntyre, I'll tell you what, he is a good dude. He's a conservative. They homeschool their kids, and they do his. It's really funny. His daughter raises chickens and ducks, and sells the eggs. And she's like, she's like 9 years old. It's like part of a business class that she's taken. Really cool.
Wow. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, I go there twice a week, actually. So.
Well, we appreciate them being a part of this, and all of our advertisers that are a part of this. We certainly appreciate it. Again, the polls have closed here on the East Coast and part of the Midwest, if you will, and we're going to see, if South Carolina. Really, I don't have a problem with South Carolina reporting. It's Beaufort County that I take issue with, and that's been the brunt of.
So is that what you're mainly looking at today?
No. I've got I've got maps up of Charleston, Dorchester, Berkeley, Beaufort, Jasper, Charleston. Those are the ones I have up right now. Lexington, I've just got in a queue, as well as what is that? Greenville County. So we'll have all those.
So
up.
I think, as far as the ones that are that I'm really focusing on, in Charleston, or in Dorchester rather, there's not really much to focus on. Of course, Gary Brewer is going to beat that nutcase Adrian Lett. Then you have, Sean Bennett is going to win, obviously. We're not going to lose any seats there. The Harriet Holman race is interesting, so that's one to keep an eye on. The Tom Fernandez and Vernon Stevens race is a big one that I'm paying attention to. And Matt Lieber running against Rita Atkins is something that I'm interested in. And I'll tell you another one that has kind of surprised me, the momentum that I've seen it gain in Berkeley County over the last however long, is the Carlton Walker Cross versus J.A. Moore.
Tell us about that one. That is a interesting fellow, interesting race.
It is. He got I guess he kind of got some notoriety because he was making his own signs. He does construction work. He has a construction business, and so he's putting up like 4x4s and just painting different things about J.A. Moore, like missing 54% of his votes since he's been in office. And
wow.
Might be 56. It's a crazy number like that, 54 or 56. They call him the ghost up in the State House, actually. I've heard that from multiple people. But he keeps winning, and
right.
Carlton Walker, he just was doing that, and at first people were like, what is this? This is so stupid. But then obviously it got the attention of people, and eventually it kind of crossed from absurdity into, the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
It's going to be, I think it's going to be the tightest race that J.A. Moore has faced. I don't know how it'll end up, though. We'll see.
Is that Jermaine? Is that his name? That's Jermaine Moore, right?
I don't. J.A. Moore is the only way I know him.
I think
he's
that's
a lawyer.
the same one. He's a super nice guy. It's a shame he's a Democrat, but he's a super nice guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's the same one. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Who knows?
I'm not sure. So, but that will be interesting.
Then a couple of other ones that I'm looking at. The Tom Hartnett race. Tom Hartnett is currently in the State House. But the guy he's running against is a very, his dad is a very well-connected, DC swamp type of guy. And I don't have all that information in front of me right now, but
right.
that makes Tom Hartnett's race a little bit more difficult. And then Kathy Landing, I think, is safe. Then we have Jeff Zell running for state senate up in Sumter, in Clarendon. That is... and Jeff will be joining us later tonight as well.
Good.
That's going to be an interesting one because you remember Fawn Petalino took out Kevin Johnson's daughter during the midterm. So Kevin Johnson is trying to hold on to that state senate seat, the last of the family. So Jeff Zell might pull it off. We'll see. Good luck to Jeff out there. We'll talk to him later. James Teeple's race against Charlie Murray.
Yeah. Matt Lieber's old seat.
That's right. That's going to be a tight one.
Yeah.
Oof.
I want to. I see Mary Boykin. Well, thank you for joining in and watching. If you typed a message, it didn't come across, so feel free to come back to us. Let me take a little sidestep, Corey, away from the polls. I want to bring in some guests for tonight. I'm going to bring in Derek Miller and Christian Is it Moncada?
You got it.
All right. Welcome, guys. This is the face of F1 Mechanical. And guys, I want to say we really appreciate you all being a part of Big Patriot Radio and obviously the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show. Really appreciate you guys coming on here. Derek, I'll start with you. How is everything going over there with you guys at F1?
Oh, great, man. Yeah, thanks for asking. We've been taking off like a F-15 since the last show, so it's been real good. Great momentum. Kind of getting pulled in many different directions, which is great. Fortunately, we can really go to the commercial side, residential side, and all that stuff. So really getting in contact with some awesome builders up there in North Carolina, as well down here in South Carolina.
Fantastic.
Just getting the word out, man. It's going really well.
And remind everybody, where do you all service? So we've got people watching tonight from all over. Where do you service?
Yep. So primarily, our 3 locations are going to be kind of the Charlotte and surrounding areas. Of course, down here in the Low Country, so we got all the way from Beaufort to all the way to Hilton Head, of course, Hardyville and those locations. Also Savannah, Georgia, and surrounding areas as well.
Fantastic. And Christian, you brought Christian with you. Tell us a little bit about what you do, Christian.
Hey, Mike. So I'm the senior estimator for F1 Mechanical. I'm in charge of bringing in all the work, right? Estimating all the jobs, make sure that before we get aboard and starting all these projects, we are right with our budgets, right? Everything is right on point, right? Make sure that all our projects are per plan and spec, right? I also take care of reviewing the contracts of the projects that we bring in, making sure that we're following everything apples to what the owner wants, and making sure that I'm at the front end of all these jobs, right? So every job is different, right? You have some owners that want everything planned and spec, and then you have some owners that want to save money. So I make sure that the client is always happy with either saving money or just following everything that they want in the plans, right?
Good. So you're involved in the new construction part of the business?
Correct. So I bring in all the work. I'm making sure that everything in the project is by the plans, right? So not only new construction but existing construction, right? Anything from a new project to any repair that needs to be done, right? I just make sure that we're following the budget and exactly what the client needs.
Gotcha. Derek, is this something that every HVAC company has? Somebody like Christian,
No,
or are you all an anomaly?
No, he's being super humble. I mean, he's probably doing the work of about 10 different men right now, and women. We had a call, I think it was yesterday, from a GC that's looking to bid a job out there on Hilton Head. We met him out today, and literally what he said was Christian's response time was unlike anything he's ever seen before. And I agree. I mean, he's always out in the field, always in behind a computer. He's spending every waking minute to make sure these plans and the materials are ordered on time. I mean, he's wearing a lot of hats, and so he's got a lot of experience in multifamily, a lot of experience in commercial side as well. There's no real limit on the price of what he can bid.
Right.
I've seen his ability to read any kind of blueprint plans, for everything from residential to commercial. The guy's got over a decade experience and has been crushing it since. So he's a good guy for me to call and be like, what does this mean? What is that?
Absolutely. Well, that's fantastic. We are super glad you guys are part of the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show, as well as a advertiser here on the page. Your commercials must be working pretty good. I had somebody ask me, because having been in the air conditioning industry, man, that must be nice to be able to advertise your own company. I was like, no, sorry, cowboy, that ain't me. That ain't me. These guys are awesome.
Yeah. But thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. I tell you what, I'm gonna open the screen up for some other folks. We got things going on. I'm going to take you off the screen. You're welcome to stay. We can bring you back, whatever works for you.
Yeah,
again,
sure.
I do want to say thank you to everybody at F1 Mechanical. You can give them a call in Charlotte or South Carolina, even Savannah, Georgia. Derek or Christian, tell us your number.
It's going to be 843-284-9156.
284-9156. Thanks a lot, guys. With you shortly.
Thanks, Mike.
All right. It is, let's go ahead and open this up a little bit.
Mr. Southwick.
Bringing in from Tallahassee, Florida. He is the host and producer, the head honcho of Culture Crossroads, as you can hear here on Big Patriot Radio Sundays at 7 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Andrew Southwick, how are you, sir?
Hey, Michael, doing well. Oh, man, get the applause and everything. How about that?
You and
doing
Corey
well.
racking
Watching
up.
the results come in, seeing some states have already been called for Trump. 3 states, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. And, of course, we're closely monitoring some of the races and amendments in Florida, my home state. But certainly a lot going on.
We have somebody in the waiting room. I'm not sure if she's out of Charleston or...
Who is it, Melissa?
Melissa.
Melissa Sprouse-Brown. She is from Lexington, and she
Lexington
is there.
County. Well, let's go ahead and let's bring her on. Melissa,
Hi,
how
guys.
are you? Welcome. Oh, look at that. They turn out for you, too.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me. I'm reporting to you live from Tin Roof here in downtown Columbia, South Carolina at the State GOP Watch Party.
Yeah.
Corey, I'll let you lead the way on that, buddy.
Right on, yeah. So the State GOP Watch Party, which is obviously held at the Capitol, state capitol.
Absolutely.
What's the energy there like?
Fantastic. It's super high energy. There's a lot of people here. I'm holed up in a corner, and Drew's making a speech right now.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll keep talking. Sorry, that was rude. So, well, we're getting, a few states. No surprises, of course. Donald Trump 23 to Kamala 3. I think is the electoral right now. But do you guys
That's a good count.
Yeah. Do you guys have any? I don't know. Are there any races that are being called?
Nothing yet. I expect something shortly, though.
Yeah.
Also,
they're
Joe
still
Wilson
around.
is here. I'm going to grab him whenever he's free.
Okay, yeah, we'd like to talk to him. He's safe, right?
Safe?
Yeah.
He's as safe as they come.
Yeah, I thought so. I haven't even heard about the person who is running against him.
Most people haven't.
So you'll be coming in and out throughout the night, kind of telling us what's going on from the state party perspective, and the Lexington stuff too. Because what are some of the crazy races in Lexington that we're hearing?
Well, right now we're certainly interested in the outcome of Senate seat 23, which has been held by a Democrat for the last 40 years. Nikki Seltzler decided to retire, and so that's a hotly contested race here in the central part of the state with Jason Geary up on the Republican side, and Russell Ott, who has vacated a House seat to run for the Senate, and he's on the Democrat side. So it's a tight race. I'm looking forward to seeing the results here shortly.
So, and then who's running for Russell Ott's seat? That's Krista Hassel, and who's the Democrat?
That's a great question. I've got notes on that. I'll have to pull it up. I try not to keep those Democrat names at the top of my mind.
Yeah, because I know that's going to be a hard race, and Krista will join us a little later.
Super.
Yeah, Russell Ott is trying to make the jump from state house to state senate. He
is, and I know that our friend Dawn Pierce with Moms for Liberty Lexington is over at the Jason Geary watch party, so she may have some news for us a little bit later on.
Absolutely, yeah. I'll go ahead and send her a message and see if we can't get him on for his victory speech.
She was in the green room a little bit ago, but maybe had to leave or something.
Okay.
Well, yeah. So Melissa, you'll be coming back in and out. Just you know, if you want to stay in the green room, you can, and just like when you have something, you can type it in the chat or and I'll be texting you, and we'll kind of keep in touch on that.
Sure, no worries. I'll pop in and out because there's a lot of stuff going on right in front of me.
Awesome. Okay, well, let us know.
Okay, all right, I will.
All right. How about that? Rayleigh Creative Travel. Howdy, friends. Blaine Rayleigh here. Glad to have you. How about that, buddy? I tell you, this is our third a third show. We did a presidential, a non-presidential, and now we've got people all over the place reporting in. Man, this is great. We got a fantastic sponsor and our sponsors. This is just good time, and you are in DC, just living it up.
I sure am, man. We're right here in Washington D.C., just waiting for things to go crazy, and I do expect them to go crazy. So we'll see what happens. And there were even people that I was looking at. I was looking on Twitter for different things that might be happening, might be going on. There were people like, I'll vote for Kamala today, and I'll go and protest Israel tomorrow in front of her office. So
right.
There's
I think those are the ones who are the never Trumpers.
Well, they're the never Americas. So that's who they are. They want to, even if Kamala wins, they will still be out there protesting and screaming because that's just who these people are.
Yeah, that's right. Little programming note: our buddy Andrew Southwick is also broadcasting on another channel, so he's going to be coming in and out, back and forth as the evening goes. I have noticed, though, that South Carolina, Corey, is starting to report. It's still obviously a very small amount that are actually reporting, but everything is reporting in the right way. If that means anything early on, at least the right number. I'm actually surprised. One of the hardest races is going to be the House of Representatives District 6 for Duke Buckner. For him, and I would put money on him. I support him 100%. For him to take out Jim Clyburn, who's been there, he started when Washington, dried his boots off. That's how long Clyburn's been there. That is probably an unbelievable battle, and he's like right there on his heels. But what's your thoughts on that?
Duke Buckner ran. This is his second time running against Jim Clyburn. He ran in 2022, and he didn't have any support from the state party. He didn't have any support from anybody because it's like that's Clyburn's district. Like you said, he's been there since since before the crucifixion. So it was very, very much like you're on your own kind of thing. And Duke Buckner got more votes as a Republican than anyone else who's ever run against Clyburn, ever, with no support. So this year, he got a lot more support. He could, of course, he could have gotten, I would have liked to have seen him get even more, but he did get exorbitantly more support, or exponentially, rather, more support than he ever had. So I think Clyburn is clinching a little bit. I think there's a major shift going on in the parties, right, between the parties right now, like a major realignment between different types of people, different demographics.
Sure.
And I think that is putting pressure on Clyburn's district, to be honest.
Which is interesting because it's been long talked about that Jim Clyburn, the plan was that he would abdicate, so to speak, the seat to his daughter.
That's correct.
And she would take it over. Not that it's not like a throne, but you know what I'm saying. So, yeah, well, the funny thing is, one would think that somebody like Clyburn would have learned from the last go around that, hey, there are people that like this guy. Maybe I need to, clue in just a little bit. I haven't seen that out of Jim Clyburn. Not any iota.
No, I think I saw him in like Michigan at some point, in Wisconsin, but I don't think I've seen him at all in his district.
Does he come to Charleston much?
He went, you know what? He did go to Charleston at one point, and I know that because there was his arm. He had his arm around Charleston Sheriff Kristen Graziano, the far left lunatic, who pointed at me and screamed "Proud Boy" at an event a couple weeks ago.
Wow.
That's another race to watch. That sheriff's race in Charleston. Carl Ritchie.
Carl Ritchie needs that. He needs to take that spot away from her.
He does, and let's hope he doesn't let us down if he gets it. We'll see.
Thank the folks at MXM Productions. They're a sponsor of this segment. Let's see. We still looks like no other races have been called. 23-3 is the score at the end of the first quarter. And let's see here. Bear with us a second here while we bring some of these up. And all right, we'll get that pulled up here. We should have, see, it's 7:45. Oop, are you there? Yeah, it's 7:45. And we should be having, in 15 minutes, there's going to be another round of polls closing. Let's go ahead and get a commercial break real fast. You're listening to the F1 Mechanical Election Night Show on Beaufort County's House of Cards and BigPatriotRadio.com. Do you know if your home's heating and cooling system is working properly, safely, and efficiently? Call F1 Mechanical in Hilton Head, Bluffton, and Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as Greater Charlotte, North Carolina, for immediate service or inspection. Don't wait weeks. Call 843-284-9156. 284-9156 today. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's F1 Mechanical, 843-284-9156. Call now, and all customers with gas furnaces will get a free combustion air test. All right, we're going to bring Melissa Sprouse-Brown back onto the screen. Tell us, Melissa, what's going on up there in Lexington County?
Well, we're right here at the state GOP watch party where Joe Wilson is on stage, and he has just announced that he has been reelected to Congress.
All right.
So he's very excited, and he was talking about what he expects to happen in the next session. He is thinking that Lindsey Graham will be the chairman of the judiciary, and Tim Scott will be head of finance, so banking and finance. So that's good news.
That is awesome. So in Lexington right now, Jim, or I'm sorry, hold on 1 second. I got something else going on in my ear.
Joe Wilson announces.
So Joe Wilson, congressman from the 2nd District, has announced that he has been reelected. So that is fantastic news right there. Anything else going on in Lexington?
You have anything else up there, Melissa?
Sorry, I'm losing you guys.
That's all right. You probably have
connection's poor. Sorry, guys.
All right. Well,
That's
check back in with us, Melissa, when some other things happen there in Lexington. All right. All right. We'll slide her over here, and as soon as Andrew comes back, we will get back with him. Let me do one thing. I'm going to bring Derek Miller back in here from F1 Mechanical. Derek, we got a lot of folks. I'm looking at the tabulator right here. We got a lot of folks in Charleston, and Somerville, North Charleston, Burke, Moncks Corner, all over the place up there watching. Just so they're aware, does F1 Mechanical serve Charleston, Berkeley, Dorchester counties?
At this time, we do not. Sky's the limit, right? Especially in this industry. So at this time, we do not. We found that it's just there's the population in Hilton Head and Bluffton is so dense and so many broken things around here. But we'll get up there eventually for sure. Okay.
So just keep an eye out then for F1 Mechanical. And I appreciate that. Let me, I'm going to slide you. You guys are going to be coming in and out, if that's cool. So I'm going to slide you in and out. I expect Andrew to be coming back in here any second. I want to hear about what's going on down in Florida. Looking at the big board, Corey, let's see here. Still status quo. We have about 13 minutes, and polls are going to start closing, most notably Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania closes at 8 p.m.
That's going to be a tough one.
Huge. That's going to be huge.
I saw that in Michigan, I believe it was Michigan, that 30,000 of their votes, they were going to have to run back through the machine. They're going to have to retabulate 30,000 of their absentee ballots. Apparently, when they were doing it the first time, there wasn't they hadn't closed the door to it properly or something like that. So out of an abundance of caution, that was on CNN earlier, they're going to be recounting 30,000 of them.
And when did that come out, by the way?
About 10 minutes before the polls closed. So some of the states can count.
Right.
Some of the states can start counting their mail-in ballots and early votes at the start of the day, and then some of them aren't allowed to count until after the polls close.
And I think it's important to remind people that each state runs their own election. So there may be things that we do in South Carolina that people over in Tennessee go, why are you doing that? But it's the same thing. We look at people in Florida or wherever and say, well, why are you doing that? So it is good to know, for people to just remember that, not every place does it the same way.
So it's looking like the amendment change to require U.S. citizenship to vote in South Carolina is projected to pass. It is, so that's a good thing. They haven't counted a ton of them right now, but it's, the yeses are 141,000 to the noes of 21 or almost 22,000, which that's not a ton of people who, it's not a ton counted, but that is projected to pass. And I'm a big proponent of that. I like that. So,
there was some confusion down here in Beaufort County. We had some folks who were saying, man, you should vote. We have 2 sales tax questions, and then that one. So people were coming out saying you should vote no to all 3. And I was like, whoa, time out. And it's because of the way it was worded that some people didn't understand that it's actually a good thing. It's actually a good thing. So, you vote how you do you, boo. But I advise people, hey, if you're conservative-minded thinking and you want people who are here legitimately and are citizens here, you need to check yes.
I saw some wild conspiracy theories of people from out of state who had moved here and become citizens here talking about this will mean that only people born in South Carolina can vote here. It's like, no, it doesn't. And then other people were like, well, what are they gonna? Because it says the amendment, the amendment to the Constitution, to the state constitution, has a mention of properly registered, and people were thinking that would suddenly change meanings. But those are people that obviously didn't know what the amendment said beforehand, because that wasn't some new thing being put in. It was the only thing that was changing was only a citizen of the United States and of this state properly registered may vote, as opposed to every citizen. Which it's so basic, but it's just like people want to complain about. Yeah,
just a word change, just to clear it up a little bit. That's funny. People get confused, but it was to clear things up. So
I think some people legitimately were confused by the wording. I think that there were some people that were bad actors in it. I'll be honest.
Now we have 2 other referendum questions on the ballot in Beaufort County. I know Jasper County has one.
I didn't have one in Dorchester.
You do or don't?
Did not, no.
Did not. How about Charleston County?
Charleston did. They had a tax referendum, a 1% increase in their tax. So we'll see how that goes.
I believe, and hopefully Ann Ubellis will come on here a little bit later. She was with me leading the fight against this transportation tax and then a go bond referendum. I personally, I think that's going to get about a 75% no here in Beaufort County. On the other hand, I got a feeling that Jasper County's is going to pass. So we'll see what happens with those.
Listen to this. the 6th district right now, I'm looking at all of the congressional races. The 6th district is the only one in play.
Let's see.
There aren't many votes in, but it's 49.2% Buckner, 48.2% Clyburn.
Yeah.
Buckner is a point ahead.
I'm actually showing it. I just refreshed 48.4 to 48.5.
Okay, so we're
This would
that would
be
be the biggest upset in the world.
That would be national news. I mean, Jim Clyburn, like I said, I mean, he's a fixture, like your grandpa's old shovel that you just can't get rid of.
Yeah.
I mean, Jim Clyburn. That you go through the statue, the hall there in at the Capitol, and each state has someone. South Carolina's got one of Jim Clyburn. No, I'm just kidding, but that's how old the guy is. Wow.
Yeah.
That would be enormous.
It would be incredible.
That would be incredible. I've had the opportunity to talk to Duke several times, and he was like, man, I asked him to come back on the show and talk to some folks. And he's like, man, I've got to go to North Charleston. I've just got to keep beating. And I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Ray, you think Jasper will fail? Well, that's, you didn't talk to anyone who's for it. I get it. And maybe, I hope you're right. I'm just sitting back looking. I could see that happening, but hey, maybe you're right. There's certainly, I don't know, maybe one or two people that want that in that $950 million bond, or I'm sorry, $950 million sales tax, Corey. That was pared down. It was pared down. It's a paltry $950 million. It was $1.625 billion in Beaufort County. No, says I.
Yeah, that's we're really bad with taxes in this state. We really are. We're
really bad with transparency in some parts of the state.
Yeah, most parts of the state. Well, you think this is your government? We owe you?
Yeah. Like about 7% of the vote is in so far here in South Carolina.
There's so many.
What do you think about Nancy Mace in that first district? I didn't hear anything between the two of them.
Nah, I think it was a throwaway year for the Democrats on that. I don't think that they were focused too much on the Kamala Harris situation elsewhere.
Right.
They didn't have enough money to throw around.
Michael Moore didn't help her cause at all, in my opinion. They didn't do anything. I heard complaints that, well, Nancy said no to a debate, and that's just hearsay. But I didn't see hardly any signs or no commercials.
No, me neither.
Nancy's always good for a good commercial. She had one or two, but
she's good at marketing. She's a marketing pro, that's for sure. Yeah, we're waiting on stuff to come in, and a lot of stuff is just not there yet.
Looks like South Carolina has been called. South Carolina has been called, and we'll put a red sticker there on the big board. We'll get that back up here in a little while. Looks like it's 32-3 right now.
Holy
and
cow.
Bear with us just a second here. We're coming up on 8 o'clock. Again, there are a slew of states closing at 8 o'clock. Pennsylvania is probably the here I can tell you: Texas, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Michigan, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Maryland, Missouri, Alabama, Oklahoma, Connecticut, Missouri, Kansas, New Hampshire, Maine, and Rhode Island.
Bring up that map. Let me see. Does it show the electoral votes on it?
Yes. If I bring it up now, it's going to revert back until I figure it out. It'll revert back. Which Let me see. Let me go. I might be able to do it. Let's be adventurous and let's do something here.
How do you feel, dude? I think he's gonna win.
Who?
I think Trump's winning. I think Trump.
Oh yeah, yeah, I do. Here, can you see it now?
Yeah, I can.
So that's the scoreboard right now.
She still only has the 3.
She still has Vermont,
and she's
got 3 votes in maple syrup. That's what she's got.
Yeah.
Melissa's back there in the green room laughing her ass off at me.
She puts that maple syrup on the collards in the bathtub.
There you go.
And then
I don't know if she has collards. I mean, she's from what,
she
India?
Talks about it. She's talked about it. She'll tell that story. Oh, I make my greens, and I'll tell you what, I make the best greens. I had to make so many greens for Christmas that they put me. I had to make them and to wash them in the bathtub. And suddenly she has a brand new accent. She's told that story 4 times on camera, and each time it's with a different accent.
Melissa just sent me a note, and this is a good point. She said that she thinks that some of the polls in Pennsylvania may not close until 10. And I heard this earlier. There was some kind of either machine issue or tabulator issue.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I don't know if it's going to be that late. Well, I haven't looked.
She says it's a machine issue, so.
And I know that a couple of counties, a couple of precincts rather, in Atlanta, we're going to be open upwards, some 15 minutes, some 45 minutes later, because of what CNN called non-credible bomb threats.
Yeah.
That had been called in.
And we'll look at the election integrity map here in a second. I want to bring back to the stage here real quick while we're waiting on some polls to close. Christian Moncada with F1 Mechanical. Christian, I have just thought of something. If I'm building a house, and I give you a call, I give Derek a call and say, hey, man, I'm building this house and, I need an HVAC guy. Do you come out and, go through the house and the plans? And is that the last time I see you, or, do you hand it off to somebody else?
So the first thing that I will do, I'll come to your house, right? Make sure what type of system you have, what type of refrigerant is your existing system is using, right? And I'll either if you either want a replacement, depending on what type of refrigerant, right? I'll tell you, I'll give you my professional advice of what you should do. Okay. Right. And then once you make your decision, right, then I'll either send one of my techs to service your system, or if your system is too old running on the old refrigerant, right, your best bet might be just to go with a new system, right, instead of you retrofitting your existing system, or right, because sometimes people want to retrofit their existing system, right, and in the long run it comes out more expensive, right, because this refrigerant is either old, right, so not a lot of people are carrying this refrigerant, right? But that would not be the last time you see me, right? You could always give me a call, right? Ask me, tell me what my tech is doing, but most of the time, right, I'll just pass everything, right? I'll give you a price, give you the breakdown, give you a proposal, and then pass it down to whoever is going to install the unit, right?
And you have like supervisors that will hold my hand during the whole thing.
Correct, right? You'll have either your foreman or your superintendent that'll be running the project, right? Awesome. You'll see me up at the upfront of the project, right? I'll give you the whole breakdown of what my guys are going to be installing at your house. Mm-hmm. But then most of the time, you're just going to be speaking directly either to the tech or the installer.
Okay. All right. Christian Moncada with F1 Mechanical. We'll bring you back here in a little bit. Corey, we have an update since 8 o'clock. We have now 105 votes to 72 for Kamala. So let me update. It's 105 to 72. She just got Illinois. And
okay.
She has one of the districts in Maine.
In Maine.
She has
Okay.
two. I'm sorry. They split these, so I'm not sure how they got 75, but we'll roll with that. You know,
Yeah.
I see Maryland, and looks like I think DC is the one I didn't do. 73. No, it's not DC. I'll have to confirm that. The math is not adding up here. But anyway, 105 to 72 is the real total. I'm probably blind in one eye. I can't see out of the other anyhow. So we're at 8 o'clock.
Let me look at the TV behind.
Are you, we'll give him a second. Love to hear from you, ladies and gentlemen. Tell us what you think. Are you surprised? Are you not? What do you think, Corey? Are you, where are you in that?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. CNN is still saying Trump to 90 and Kamala to 27. But you know how this all works. They're gonna hold off for as long as they can. I was just trying to see where we're at. 105 to 72, man.
105.
Matt Lieber says he's feeling pretty solid.
Say that one more time.
Just spoke with him. So we'll see how
Who
that
did you
goes.
speak with?
Matt Lieber.
Matt Lieber.
Yeah. Is this? There we go. Is this not working? Is my mic messing up?
I hear you.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. I accidentally.
I hear you.
Because I don't have a mic stand. So.
Has Lieber? He's in Charleston County, right? Is that only Charleston, or does he go into Colleton?
No. So it's Charleston County, and he has a touch of Dorchester. He might have a little bit of grass in Colleton, but I don't think so, actually.
What is his Senate district?
Hold on.
Is that like 40 or 39 is Fernandez? Like 41?
41 sounds right.
Yeah, 41. The state reporting map is showing him at 55 to 45 right now. Matt Lieber ahead.
It's showing 40 what?
55, 45.
55, 45. How much reporting? It's probably just early votes right now.
Yeah, it's 13,000.
He's at a big old party. He said he's gonna come. He said he can come in and do a quick interview, so we'll see if he can join us. Sent me a bunch of pictures.
Cool. Looking down, the Beaufort County still does not have anybody reporting. Unbelievable.
You know how Beaufort County.
Unfreaking believable.
Does that even?
Hey, one of the things that's shocking me right now, Corey, is in it's Senate District. Let me find it again. Well, before I go there. What's reporting in District 39? Tom Fernandez is ahead of Vernon Stevens, 53-46.
Okay.
Early votes coming in. There was one that I saw that shocked me. Let me find that again. It is in, I believe that's going to be Fairfield County, primarily rural county. Let's see if we can't find it again. I know it's here somewhere. Mike Fanning, here it is. Democrat Mike Fanning is the incumbent in Senate District 17. Everett Stubbs, Republican. I can't say that I've heard of him. Everett Stubbs, he is leading 60-40 right now. I don't know how many votes are in that county, Fairfield County, but it's not a lot. It ain't much.
That would be an upset.
That would be huge.
I've got Dorchester early voting numbers for Tom Fernandez and Vernon Stevens. Tom Fernandez won the Dorchester early voting, 53% to 46.5%, 53.5% to 46.5%. So, early vote for Tom Fernandez. I've got early vote Dorchester for Lieber and Atkins, Senate District 41.
Let me interrupt you for a second. We have somebody that's checking in. Let's bring her on the screen. Welcome to the show, Krista Hassel.
Hey, Krista.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome to
All
Big
right,
Patriot
everybody say
Radio.
hello. Hey. All right, we're here for Jason Gary.
Oh, Jason's with
and
you
we're
too?
just waiting on numbers.
Yeah. How's it? I heard it's looking okay there.
It's looking pretty good, I think, for both of us. We're hanging in there. We're waiting with bated breath, of course, ready to make it happen.
Do you have
So
any precinct
here, I'm
numbers
gonna turn
in?
this way. Yes, we've got some preliminary numbers in. Jason and I are both up in most of our precincts. Orangeburg for me is looking a little bit questionable, but we're still waiting on all of the early votes to come in. So we'll see. But so far, we're both up.
Did you see that?
What district are you in?
Hang on, I'm going to scoot out. I can't hear you.
Sure.
All right, let's try again. So I'm District 93.
93.
And then Jason is Senate District 26.
That's right. And I don't know if you've seen this, but you know Duke Buckner. You're talking about Orangeburg. It's still early, but he is actually beating James Clyburn by like a point.
Yeah. So, yeah, they are neck and neck. We just looked at that.
And that's good
It's
for both of
amazing.
you, especially you, because most of your district is in his district, right?
Yes. Yeah. Definitely. So it's looking good.
So how so the energy there is good. So it's just you and Jason Gary there?
Yeah, so just Jason and I. Rebecca Ann is here. We've got some folks here. Amy Hill is here. We've got Triss here. So we've got several folks here, but as far as candidates are concerned, it's just me and Jason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I'll tell you what, we're keeping an eye on your race, because that would switch a Oh, can you imagine switching both of those seats, Democrat
Yeah.
and Republican?
Can you imagine Jason, mine, Jeff Zell, all these it would just be, it'd be a game changer.
Absolutely.
Mike, you got any questions?
No, we just stay in touch with us. We're we're going to keep pumping along here. So keep us. Somebody stream us. You can hear us you can go on our radio station. We're simulcasting live on bigpatriotradio.com. Put it on your cell phone or your smartphone or your laptop or the TV at the bar, whatever. You can listen as we're going along.
It seems like you're breaking up some, so we're going to let you go for now, but please come back into the green room when you know what's going on and let us know.
All right, sounds good. I've got my.
She was kind of freezing in and out. But yeah, we'll bring her back in a little later. You know, that's the thing about this is, we're not CNN. We didn't send cameras to all these places.
No,
it's just people checking in with their
definitely aren't
phones.
CNN. And matter of fact, folks, those of you there's a ton of people watching right now. It's crazy. If you'd like to help, chip in $5 or $10, go to our Venmo. It's running across the screen. That helps keep this train just chugging down the tracks. And because we want to keep picking up speed. And we don't want to go that fast, but we were going in the background. But yeah. So let's take a matter of fact. I just got an update from the state. It's 48-4 to 48-5. Buckner and Clyburn. That's the latest.
I'm telling you.
Now I think. Let's see. Have they changed? No.
Live 5 has it.
Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania. Fox News and CNN both are saying too early to call.
For what? Oh, for those states?
Yeah. AP is not reloading. Let's try that again. AP's maps are horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible. So let's talk about, wanted to ask your thoughts on this, and hopefully Andrew Southwick will get back on here. There's been a lot of speculation that, this evening would be a prime time opportunity for nefarious characters such as Khamenei over in Iran to do something really stupid. I haven't had that news on yet, so I don't know if something's already happened I don't know about. What is your feeling? You watch this stuff as much as I do. Is today or tonight the night that people need to really pay attention to what's going on?
I don't think so. So you're talking about them doing something regionally?
Yeah, specifically, the Israel-Iran.
Not something to affect our elections or anything of this.
Well, that's the matter of fact. Now that you mentioned that, on the electionintegritymap.com website, there are this site shows all of the reported problems, and it doesn't say that it was done by someone from Iran, but there is some heavy election interference going on today by multiple means.
But what do we mean by that?
What's that?
What do we mean by election interference?
Well, let's take a look. I can't pull that one up, but I was giving folks in Minneapolis, Minnesota, a box of ballots was left unattended. That was reported. In Princeton, Illinois, duplicate ballots were received. Malfunction of 2 tabulator machines in Joliet, Illinois.
I just don't know if those are like out-of-state actors.
I don't know either. I couldn't tell you. In Raleigh, North Carolina today, there was voter manipulation repored. That they didn't give the details. What was that? So I really don't know.
Right. Yeah. I mean, there are always going to be some things. There are always going to be some accusations that turn out to be false. There are going to be some that turn out to be true, real and unreal. That's going to happen. I think that as far as a nation doing something extremely provocative, I feel like an adversarial nation like Iran or China or Russia or whatever, I feel like that would only make them a direct target for whoever wins this presidential election. They'd be basically like loading the ammunition for us against them.
Oh, absolutely. You can
sense?
say that again.
They'd be like, oh, so while we're having our free and fair elections, quote unquote, you're, trying to bomb and wipe a nation off of the map. Well, now we're coming for you. So that's why I don't think that anything, and I'm no ambassador. I don't study geopolitics. Well, yes, I do, but I don't study it that way. I don't, they wouldn't call me an expert anywhere, but I think a lot of it's common sense. They're not going to do that. They're going to wait. I think. They're going to wait to see if Kamala wins, they will attack because they know they'll be good.
Yeah, absolutely. The worst thing that they want is they do not want to see DJT in office because that spoils the day. You're exactly right. Kamala in office is let's let it rip.
So listen, Jordan Pace is going to be signing in, and he said he's got about 5 to 10 minutes to talk to us. I want to talk to him about how the Freedom Caucus is doing today. So,
he's telling him to go ahead and get his camera on.
Okay.
Or is he by voice only?
Turn your camera on. So he's in the studio though?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't we tell him that in the chat?
Hang with us here, ladies and gentlemen. This is happening as we speak.
And Jordan Pace, of course, is the newly elected chairman of the South Carolina Freedom Caucus, House Freedom Caucus. So we are bringing him on.
Jordan, if you can hear us, yep, there he is. We'll bring him on. This coming to the screen, he is running for re-election unopposed in District 117. He is the chairman of the House Freedom Caucus. How about it for Jordan Pace?
Hey, thanks for having me on.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Doing well. Doing well. Lots of good, nothing but good news so far tonight. So
there you go, Corey. Take it away, Corey.
Well, tell us some of that good news, man. What are you seeing?
Well, it looks like all of our Freedom Caucus members are sailing toward re-election. Many of us were unopposed, including myself. So very thankful for my wife's prayer life and for the voters, the constituents in 117 for sending me back. I'm watching a lot of Senate races, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously some House races too, but our during Senate district reapportionment, the Senate in my area, like my whole House district, shifted into District 39, which the incumbent is Vernon Stevens, a Democrat. Tom Fernandez is running to replace him. And last I looked a few minutes ago, Tom was up several percent. So I'm pretty encouraged by that.
That's what we're seeing as well.
I'm going to try to get an updated number.
Oh, it looks like you
Go
might
ahead.
have paused out.
I'm also very.
Looks like you've...
can you hear me?
Sorry, no, you froze out for a sec, but you're back.
Oh, okay. Other than State House, I'm also watching the Charleston County Sheriff's race with a lot of concern. Obviously, I sent a FOIA to her and still haven't got an answer to that FOIA request for their documentation. So I'm really hoping Carl Ritchie replaces her and ends
ICE stuff.
Yeah, right. Not cooperating with ICE, and hopefully, Carl Ritchie will be the new sheriff in Charleston County and stuff those crazy policies.
Jordan, what do you have on schedule, so to speak? You're a month or like 45, 50 days or something like that away from 60 days, whatever, the session starting. What does the Freedom Caucus have, plans for, at the top of the list?
Yeah, a lot of our stuff from 2 years ago, our party list from 2 years ago, we'll be making a return. We checked a few of those things off, but most of them we haven't. So, and even the ones that we kind of did, it was a 5-yard gain, like in judicial reform. Like we passed a judicial reform bill, it wasn't even a first down. That was a 5-yard gain, maybe a 6-yard gain if we're talking in football terms. So we're going to be bringing back judicial reform bills. Tort reform is a huge issue in South Carolina, particularly the liquor liability lawsuit stuff.
Okay,
we've seen hundreds of family-owned bars and restaurants across the state shut down. VFWs, American Legions, all shut down. People losing their jobs left and right. We're talking thousands of jobs. Again, most of which are small businesses, all because lawyer legislators rewrote the rules on this issue less than 10 years ago, and has driven up those insurance premiums by hundreds of percent, some of them thousands of percentage points, like not just thousands of dollars, but going up 1,000% in a year. And the only people making money from this, like benefiting, are the lawyer legislators. Like it's the plaintiffs' attorneys that are making a killing. So that's something we want to tackle. And it's not just bars and restaurants now. We're seeing that bleed into manufacturing. Basically, any employer that owns a fleet of vehicles is starting to get hit with that. Even stuff down to even liability insurance is starting to go up because the insurance just climate in South Carolina has degraded so much because of these kind of laws. Illegal immigration. There's a lot of stuff that the state can do, but just doesn't.
That plays into the insurance costs as well.
It does.
Illegal immigration.
It very much does.
Yes.
The number of non-licensed drivers, if you want to call them that, driving around without insurance raises everyone's insurance. So there's a number of bills we're going to file. I don't want to release exactly what those are yet. We're going to pre-file them. It's the last couple of years. A lot of times when we have good ideas, they get copy and pasted, and that's how they pass in the legislature. Which as long as the policy gets passed, that's great. But
I get it though. You're right.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'll tell you what. Why don't you send it to me about like 2 hours before you pre-file?
All right, that'll work.
You know what I mean? That'll give me a couple hours to write it up, and then I can boom link it to you.
Yeah, then we drop it on there. Obviously, a lot of stuff with budgets. We spend too much money in South Carolina, like way too much money, which is why we have the highest taxes in the South.
Yeah.
We're not competitive with our neighbors, so we want to cut taxes. To do that, we need to cut spending too, like actually shrink the size of government.
Okay.
I don't know if the whole House will be on board with that, but we're going to try it.
Speaking of that, did you see that that Scout Motors finally came out with an AI version of its new? They finally got a drawing. For their new car.
I did. I got invited to them rolling out their test vehicle at the end of next week. I'm not going. I also noticed their first advertisement. It says it's non-transferable, but they rolled a reel out on Facebook or a video or something on Facebook, first advertising their truck, and of the 100+ comments on there, probably 90% of them were, "This looks like garbage. I'm not driving an electric truck. This is an outrageous cost." They're trying to compete with Rivian. Here's the crazy thing, Corey. So the direct competitor with Scout is Rivian, right? It makes electric trucks. Same price point, same everything. Volkswagen just dropped several $billion into Rivian because Rivian was losing $30,000 a vehicle on every vehicle that they sold. There's $75,000 trucks. I think Rivian lost $1.2 or $1.3 billion in the first quarter of this year, and basically had to get bailed out by Volkswagen doing a software partnership.
It's a big government grift because the more they lose, the more the government gives them to make up for the loss. It's just a big grift from the government. The government-sponsored grift.
For
Man, let me
products
tell you
that
something.
no one wants.
That actually reminds me. Let me tell you this real quick. So when we were walking, we were up to the Lincoln Memorial today. I'm in DC, and we had the "Make America Great Again" hat, and actually JT was wearing something that said "Gays for Trump," right? Because he's a gay guy. And this woman, she was obviously a lesbian, but she worked for the Green Energy Department of something or other. And she was in enforcement, right? So she was talking about, she's like, "Can I get a picture of that shirt to him?" And she's like, "I just can't believe you people exist," things like that. And then she goes, so she told us what she does. And she's like, "So people like the Enron thing, the whole Enron thing." And like, yeah. She's like, "So I would be one of the people going after them." And I was like, "Oh, you mean the guys who just endorsed Kamala Harris?"
Right.
Like, those are your people, bro. Like, Enron is your people. But those are the people that are pushing the grift, the energy department and things like that.
Yeah.
It's insane. But
we're going to talk about that at length this year in Columbia. Whether the leadership wants to or not, it's going to come up.
I'm excited for that.
Chairman, we appreciate you being on here tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me and for doing this. Local journalism starts the grassroots. So
absolutely
appreciate y'all doing it.
Jordan Pace, ladies and gentlemen, chairman of the House Freedom Caucus here in South Carolina. Thank you, sir.
Let me know when you hear anything about any winners or anything. Okay, if you think about it, send me a text. All right, thanks, buddy.
Thanks, y'all.
All right, it is just about 8:30, bottom half of the hour here on Big Patriot Radio and Beaufort County's House of Cards. It is the F1 Mechanical Election Night show. If your home's heating and cooling system is working properly, safely, and efficiently, call F1 Mechanical in Hilton Head, Bluffton, and Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as Greater Charlotte, North Carolina, for immediate service or inspection. Don't wait weeks. Call 843-284-9156. 284-9156 today. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's F1 Mechanical, 843-284-9156. Call now, and all customers with gas furnaces will get a free combustion air test. I just saw a ticker about Georgia, 48% of the vote is in, and Trump is up 58-42.
Ooh, but that's because. Yeah.
But that remainder.
Yeah.
Is that remainder in the?
You said 40% of the vote's in.
48% of the vote is in.
And he's up
58-42.
Yo, he won.
Depends on what's missing. You know how this works. They see what's missing and what the total is. I mean, is that Fulton County? I would think Fulton County would have their crap together.
Well, that would be fine. But even then, she wins that 60-40. That's still only 50% of the vote. That's only going to bring her up 10 points. And him up, or it would be a little less than that, actually. I don't know. Okay, we'll see. It's still too close to call, but that's a very good sign. I got something. District 3, Sherry Biggs has been called as the winner. That's Jeff Duncan's old seat that he resigned. So we will see what she has to do.
Sherry Biggs, she's going to go to D.C., right? You there? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I was talking to somebody in the back.
What is her background? Do you know? Do you know what her background is?
Business.
Okay. I'm curious.
I'm a little concerned about her, but I'll tell you. So she won in a runoff against Mark Robinson.
Right.
I think that she was better than him. I'll say that. I was really Stuart Jones is my guy. I would follow Stuart Jones all the way to the governorship. I think he should be our governor. So
Stuart Jones.
Might one day.
Yeah.
You never know. I got this segment's brought to you by McIntyre Family Chiropractic. Say that 10 times. McIntyre Family Chiropractic. I need to go get my jaw snapped or something. Like you do your neck. Do you do the whole neck thing?
Yeah, he does my neck.
I mean, when I was taught how to do that to somebody's neck, it wasn't to make them feel better. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, is that what you do? You like snap the whole neck or punch it in?
So he'll do my neck, and he does it. It depends on. So he takes X-rays and he sees where you're messed up. But he does my neck, and then he'll put me on a table to get my upper and middle back, and then he'll put me on a different table to get my lower spine.
See, that just seems so unnatural. I agree. Melissa just said that the neck thing is so scary.
Yeah, it can be a little scary, but I'll tell you what, you get it done twice. After you get it done, after the second time, you're like, no, this is a whole different world. Like, I mean, I couldn't do this. Like, when I messed my back up so bad, but I'm telling you, man, it's worth it. And you get over the fear of it very quickly. I mean, everybody's done this, so it's better to have them back here and knowing what they're doing. But I'm thinking this is, it's a wellness situation. They're not shooting you up with cortisol.
Speaking of wellness, I want to bring my our F1 mechanical head cheese back in the studio. Derek, we're talking about health and how some people go to the chiropractor, which blows my mind. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. You have employees, and those employees have to stay. They got to stay, well. What does F1 Mechanical do, to help with employee, not physical fitness, but health? Whether that is, you have something for the guys to sit on up under the house or in the attic. Do you take that seriously when people trying to figure out who they want to service their house? That's one of the things, are your employees going to be around a while?
Yeah, great point. I mean, my back's still in every bit of all the figure eight conditions and positions I've been in throughout all the attics. But I mean, this we've been fortunate in this area. They've got pretty spacious homes, with pretty spacious places, tight spaces. But there does come a time when those little spaces want to get to you. So, it's all about the vetting of all your coworkers, right? Everybody wants to make all the money in the world and say they're the best at, this trade and that trade. At the end of the day, you got to take care of yourself, right? If you want to be the best applicant and the best person you could be, you got to take care of yourself. We can only do so much during business hours, right? But of course we have gym membership, stuff like that we can offer. But also just kind of motivate them, right? Because ideally you all want to make more money and want to go home early. Yep. Right? So how you do that is you be fit and you get in these places safely. We also require an OSHA course, right? We have a 30-hour one and a 10-hour one that everyone must pass and all that stuff. So just the properly walking in the attics, properly walking on rooftops, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I try to work out every morning. You know, I know I've got some limitations on my lower back. Being military, all the rucking and stuff doesn't help a whole lot. But I know if I didn't move around a lot, I'd probably be behind a desk, and that's not something I want to do.
I hear you, man. I hear you. Well, just another reason why people need to pick up that phone and call F1 Mechanical. They'll take care of your air conditioning and heating system like they take care of their employees. So, Derek, hang tight. We'll be back with you here in a little while. All right. There is Derek, F1 Mechanical. And let me just do a couple of quick changes. This segment going to be brought to you by Curran Financial Partners. Curran, they're located in Mount Pleasant, I believe.
That's right.
Or at least the last time I was there. I don't know if you knew this, but we went and saw Mr. Curran retire, y'all. And it's been back when I ran for Congress. It was that long ago.
Really?
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
didn't know that.
Absolutely. Matter of fact, my wife and I were talking about him last night, and she asked me, she said, how did we ever get to know him? And I was like, you know what? I'm not sure. Maybe Corey, maybe somebody else that you and I know. I don't know.
It was when you were running for Congress. It must have just been.
I don't know.
He was doing a weekend show then, and it plays all over the Eastern Seaboard. So. Yep.
Interesting.
That's
Isn't it?
probably why.
Cool.
Yeah, he's a good
Let's
dude,
check in
man.
with Melissa up in Lexington. Melissa, how are you? How's it going up there in Lexington? Any news to add?
Hey guys,
Any news to add, Melissa, from what's going on in Lexington?
grab him. Yeah, I've got Mark Weber here, who is the chairman of the Lexington County GOP. I want to see if we want to bring him on for just a minute.
Sure.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna trade up.
You can hit that one up.
Mark, have a seat.
You want me to do that? All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you're on.
Oh boy.
If he comes, I'll do it. And you
Corey Allen.
take a look and see if anybody else has
Yeah.
been called, man.
I think we have Mark Weber here, Corey.
Hey, Mark, how's it going?
Hey there. Hey, good.
How's how things looking?
So I just got here, but obviously you guys have probably already covered that. Turnout is tremendous. Out of a county with 195,000 registered voters, we had 82,000 early voters, which is based on my math, it's like 42%, which is incredible. And turnout was pretty steady throughout Lexington County from what we can determine. I was just at the elections office, and we've got people there that are monitoring what's going on. So the precincts are starting to come in. We saw the boxes coming in. They're starting to post some of the tapes. So we should have some information pretty quick. I'll have to check the old cell phone here and see if Debbie has sent some stuff over. Our first vice chair is on site over there and monitoring what's going on at Lexington as the boxes come in. So I can give you some real-time stuff here that we've just got.
Sure.
I'm looking at some tapes, and let's see. We're monitoring some of the school board races as well, so we're hoping some of our candidates in the school board District 2 that we had endorsed are going to come through. We're hoping that Trey Bray and Mary Burkett and Cliff Springs are going to, and there looks like they've got some good showings on some tapes. I'm trying to see as I'm talking to you where we have specifics. I'm seeing a 66% voter turnout in some precincts.
Wow.
So I probably just need to kind of get at some of these, some of the data, and see if I can kind of get some summaries for you. But it's looking really good. I mean, we're not expecting anything strange or different to happen in Lexington because we're a very conservative county, and the results should show that.
Yeah, we're hoping. I mean, barring anything, any turnout issues, that would be the only thing that kind of would hurt you.
Right. So I'll see if I can get some more info, and I'll come back and check in with y'all.
Outstanding.
Sound good?
Outstanding.
All right. Cool. All
Thank
right.
you, sir.
Thanks.
All right. There you have Mark Weber. He is the chairman of Lexington County GOP. For those folks, look like we lost Corey. For those folks in Beaufort County, we have no reporting numbers. No reporting numbers in Beaufort County as of yet. And unfortunately, I'm not surprised. But it is what it is. As soon as we have something from Beaufort County, we will pass it along. Let's see here. We still have looks like we have an update on the general election map. So we're going to go over here to the board, and I just lost it. Way to go, Mike. That was awesome. Bear with me while we get that loaded back up here. All right, we are good, and it looks like Fox News is reporting Arkansas. Yeah, that's the only one that's been added. So let's bring this back up to speed here. And there we go. So there is the map right now. We are at 111 to 70. 111 to 70. There is a description. I think it's having to do with Maine. I believe. I can't swear to it. Associated Press is showing 72 for the Harris campaign. I'm showing 70. It would make sense that it is one of those districts, split districts in Maine. That is our difference. So we'll go back to that. Let me get the little phone deal out here and see what happened to Corey. Also, he is resetting the internet. Not sure what happened to Andrew Southwick. Hopefully he will be back. I know there was some rain in Florida. Hopefully that hasn't, put a frown on what's going on. Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia still not reporting. In looking at, let's see, Pennsylvania, I really can't comment because there's only 10% of the vote in. And we'll cycle back through these and take a look at Georgia. Right now, and there's 40-some% of the vote in, Trump has 55.2 to 44.2 lead in Georgia. That is an 11-point lead. There are, I would say, close to 3 million votes in the books right now in Georgia. For South Carolina, just so you know, Trump won basically 60-40 is basically what it is. 60-40 over Kamala Harris. Up in North Carolina, 16 delegates or 16 votes at bay. Right now, Trump has a 52-6 to 46-4 lead. That's about 6 percentage points, give or take. Matter of fact, now it is exactly 6 percentage points. Up in Virginia, some people have been talking about Virginia being a possible win by Trump. Basically, it typically you've got the state of Virginia is red, and then there's Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, Arlington County, Loudoun County, and the people, those people in those three counties, pretty much Ada County and Richmond and Virginia Beach, they pretty much run the state, unfortunately. But 13 votes in. 41% of the vote is in Virginia. Trump is ahead 49-4 to 48-8. So just under 1 percentage point lead for Donald Trump with 41% of the vote in. Over in Ohio, 43% of the vote is in. Donald Trump is ahead 51-48. 52-48 with 43% of the precincts in. Interesting there. New York is not showing any reporting, strangely enough. We do have let's see, Texas has not been called, but there is a 53-46 lead with 52% of the votes in. I expect that to be called soon. That's a 40 vote win for somebody in the state of Texas. Elsewhere, where else can we go? In the state of Kansas, 11% in. Trump has a 5-point lead over Harris. Trump did win Missouri, 57-40, really 58-42 there in Missouri, the show me state. Illinois did go to Kamala Harris, 56-44. Interesting. And then in West Virginia, that's the biggest stomping tonight. Donald Trump wins the Mountaineer State 69-29. So somebody got written in somewhere. 69-29 for Donald Trump in the Mountain State of West Virginia. Down in Florida, 92% of the vote is in and counted. And it is a 30-point win for Donald Trump, 56-43. 56-43 for Donald Trump down in Florida. I want to also thank the folks at the Palmetto Woodworker sponsoring this segment of tonight's F1 Mechanical election night show. And don't forget, we've got 8:44 is on the time. We have some polls getting ready to close here in 15 minutes across the United States. You are listening to Beaufort County's House of Cards and the Big Patriot Radio Network.
Everything that rocks is right here. Right here.
Let's rock.
With Big Patriot Radio.
That's what I'm talking about.
And that's what I'm talking about too. 8:45, 15 minutes before the top of the hour. We have our man Corey Allen back.
My bad.
Little internet trouble up there in Washington.
You know, because I'm on the hotel's internet, and
right.
It was kind of it started to spaz out. I do think that that's probably going to happen once or twice throughout the evening.
Yeah.
But
looking outside, anything going on outside?
No, I'm hearing some horns honk. It's and while everything was restarting, I was watching what's going on. 54% of the vote in Georgia is in, over 54%, and Trump is leading by 55% to 43%. 55 to just over 43.
Yep.
That's
you're
huge,
exactly
man.
right. That is huge. We're going to keep a close eye on that.
He's also leading just ridiculously in North Carolina.
Let's take a look. See, North Carolina.
21% of the vote in there.
Yes, 53-46.
Yeah, boy.
That's good
It's
because
looking good.
Interesting. Pennsylvania. He is. This will tell you just how unrelated these numbers are right now. Really, 12% in. He's down 68-31.
Yeah, none of rural Pennsylvania is in, and there are also precincts that are still open. So,
yeah,
Pennsylvania,
and Ohio 51-48. Trump has a lead in Ohio. So
I think he'll take Ohio. I don't even think that's really a swing state anymore.
I would think that I would think he would take it anyway, but B, with JD Vance, I would think that would do something to solidify that, but I don't know. We'll see. We're at a 111.72 national vote. I did see. Speaking of Beaufort County, according to
Jeff Zell says he's trying to join in.
We've got room.
Do you see him in the thing?
No.
Okay.
No. Beaufort County's votes are delayed, according to the Island Packet and Beaufort Gazette.
Imagine that.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Well, now that doesn't seem like something that usually happens, does it?
No. I mentioned before the show, or before you got on at the top of the show, that when I was on county council, Weston Newton, now the chairman of the House Judiciary, made it a point to really scold, if you will, not scold, but bring it up very firmly to the Election Commission. In every election cycle since, he keeps bringing that up. And I applaud that because, Beaufort County is one of the wealthiest counties in the state of South Carolina. And, Marlboro or Allendale, no offense, love both those places, but they get their shit in before we do. Excuse my French.
Or places with much higher populations.
Yeah. Yeah. Now,
it makes no sense.
The Election Commission is, or at least the head of the, I don't know what her department head says, well, because we have votes that come from Dufusky Island and Hilton Head that have to go to Bluffton.
So you can't get any of the results in until you get Dufusky? Give me a break.
This is 2024. I mean, that's no excuse. We're going to bring to the stage now and turn this over to Corey. Let me get a couple of buttons pushed here and there. Where is the right button, Mike? Oh, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, Jeff Zell.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Oh, look at there. The man, the myth, the legend, Jeffrey Zell.
Oh, guys, how are y'all doing tonight?
Hey, man, things are looking pretty good. You can just leave it up like that, yeah.
Okay.
how are things looking on your end?
Well, it looks like we are obviously we're sort of overperforming in some key areas, some key demographics. We had some statistics coming into the election. We had some statistics that came into coming into the election that had us projected as being up quite significantly. Since the early voting numbers have released, that perspective was validated. So right now we're up. I couldn't give you the exact number, but we're up about, what would you say, Vanita, 3 percentage points overall? We still have quite a bit of reporting left, but we came into Election Day far better positioned than I think anyone sort of gave us credit for. So we're
remind the people what your seat is, who you're running against, just so they have it all.
Well, I'm running against Senator Kevin Johnson. He's a 3-term senator, former mayor of Manning, former school board member in Clarendon County. He's been around a very, very long time. My assessment, over that 10-year, at least in the Senate, his senatorship, he had, sort of, for at least being in office for over a decade, there's very little to show for it. And so when we entered the race, with our energy and interest in problem solutions, cause and effect, we sort of caught them flat-footed, and they tried to make it up with negative advertising, and
they were very vicious.
Oh, extremely
vicious. Hey, and you know what the beautiful thing is?
What's that?
It's all over.
Yeah.
All of it. All the campaigning is done.
Yeah.
The votes are there. They're just there to be counted, and you're outperforming yourself right now.
Yes, sir. That's right.
That
So,
is-
win, lose, or draw, what we've, and I know this is sort of a canned answer from folks, from candidates, but win, lose, or draw, what we're showing is that people are really ready for change. They're looking for new vision, new blood, new energy, and a focus on local problems, and they're sort of rejecting the hair on fire national stuff. At least is what we're seeing. So.
I think you're right. I think that is what we're seeing. I think we're seeing. I think that tonight for South Carolina is going to be a huge night. I think we're going to have Jeff Zell as a state senator. I think we're going to have Tom Fernandez as a state senator. I think we're going to have Jason Gary. I think we're going to have a lot of Democrat seats turn Republican, and we will finally have some legitimate conservatives in the state Senate, or more than the very few that exist currently. I'm so excited about it.
Jeff, what we're seeing right now, at least right numbers coming in from the state, is that you have about 1,000 vote lead, 51-48, where it looks like you stand right now. So I'm not sure what is the total number of folks voting in District 36.
Typically what we've seen, now again, it's a wild variation in outcomes. Well, not necessarily outcomes, but electoral output. So, but if the marker and the standard bearer election that I usually use, I'm going to sit down if that's all right. It is 2020 elections is because of the sheer volume of voters, right? Aside from the abnormalities and anomalies in the voting process, just the sheer volume of voters. Normally, we look at about 35 to 40,000 votes cast typically in this Senate district, but the problem is the Senate was redistricted, as you know. The Senate districts were redistricted, so there's a lot of new area in these Senate races that are sort of that the incumbent isn't quite the incumbent for these new voters, if that makes sense, and so they have to reestablish themselves with those new voters as well, and I think with the right candidate. In message and messenger, I think we do that. So, but I'm not sure if that answers your question. About 35 to 40,000 votes. We're projecting with traditional, and again, this could be wildly inaccurate because this election is very different with its early voting records and all that. We're looking at what
the presidential election has a big role in this as well.
That's correct. We're looking at about 23, at least what we initially thought, about 23,000 votes to put us over the top. So, whether that happens, we'll see. But did I lose you?
No, you got us. We're right here.
Okay, cool. All right. So about 23,000 votes. But again, depending on turnout, I mean, that number could change. So we just hope that we're 50% plus one. That's all we're looking for.
That's it, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what we worked hard. All of us worked hard, even y'all, reporting the facts and getting the stories out there that the big media won't touch. And so y'all are hats off to you and what you're doing as well.
Well, hey man, we do definitely appreciate it, and I you're 3 points ahead. There's 1,000 vote lead. It's hard to say right now, but why don't you come back in a little bit later?
Sure.
And let's talk again.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yeah,
Just click that same link, and we'll bring you right in.
Yes, sir. If you don't mind, I have about 50 people in there, all trying to get my attention. Send me a text when you're ready for me. All right, and I'll.
Sounds good, man. Sounds
all right,
good.
brother. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff.
God
Appreciate
bless.
that. All right, we're going to bring in another candidate, Corey.
And let me tell you, bring him in.
Yeah, up your way, right up the coast here. Welcome to the show, James People.
Hey guys, how's it going?
It's going good. Good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
This race, I'm looking at it. My wife just sent it to me because this is one of the ones that she's following back home, and you are from what she sent me a few minutes ago, about 20 minutes ago. You're at 50.5% to Charlie Murray's 49.5%. You're
Yeah,
a
we
point
just
ahead.
got another update. We're up now about 300 votes.
That's awesome. You're up 300 votes.
300
Ooh,
votes.
It's always close there, man.
Wow.
It's always close.
Always close.
That's not even
Corey.
enough to trigger a recount. So how
Corey.
many? Yeah.
Corey,
Oh.
Edisto Beach.
We're live on it.
Edisto Beach hasn't reported yet. It's 85% GOP. My man's gonna win. He's gonna win. We just called my
believe
race.
it.
We just called my race.
You won?
Awesome. That is
Yeah,
our
we
next
called it.
senator.
Campaign called it. We're sending it out to the media. We calling it. They're fake news because they haven't called it yet, but we won.
Breaking
There you
news
go.
right here.
There you go.
Matt Lieber has become a state senator and
That's right.
taken that from a rhino.
That's right.
Absolutely.
Okay.
James is gonna be just fine.
Congratulations.
Edisto
And-
Beach. Listen, Corey. Edisto Beach is so far away from the early voting precinct in Walterboro. They're not driving for an hour and a half to go early vote. So on
Yeah.
on election day, they turn up, and it's 85% Republican. Those numbers are not in yet, and right now James has an over 200 vote lead. I'm pretty confident he's going to be fine. His campaign manager doesn't want to call it yet, and it's up to the manager to call that.
Sure.
Graham called mine, and it took him 30 minutes of deliberating, and Jordan's going to be doing that deliberation, but I feel really good. James is going to be just okay. Love you, brother.
Love you too,
Absolutely.
man.
Our
Yeah,
next state
it's,
senator in District 41 there, Matt Lieber.
And Matt
Yes.
Lieber, if he's not celebrating too hard, will also be joining us a little later.
Yeah, we
But
are in
James-
we are in a very good position. You know, and nobody outworked us in this campaign. We knocked over 6,000 doors. You know, we got our message out, and regardless of the outcome, I'm gonna be able to lay my head on my pillow tonight, knowing that I did everything I could do for the people of 116. But you know, being up 300 right now, we've already passed the total vote numbers of 2022 in the off-cycle election that Matt won. But you know, you always wonder, like, whose camp would you rather be in? And there's nobody's camp I'd rather be in than ours right now.
Absolutely, man. I'm very excited to have you in the state house. This is gonna be a great. This is gonna be a great couple of years. I'm telling you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So things are looking up. We got
How many precincts are reporting? Because when I had this was 150 votes up, and it was almost 80% of the precincts. So it's just Edisto, really.
yes, and like I said though, we jumped to 300. So waiting on Edisto. If Edisto drops like it should, we should be able to call this race.
Well, I'm gonna break it right here. James Steeple wins. James Steeple wins.
There you go. How about that?
Well, we'll be I'll be calling in again when.
Hey, Tyler says. Tyler says congratulations.
Thank you. Well,
James,
you guys
before
are.
you go,
I refuse to say anything until we get a little closer to the finish line. But
Absolutely.
we are where we want to be, and you know, the folks of 116 know how hard I'm going to work for them and make everybody in the community's lives better. And that's really what it's all about. I'm excited to be, if this goes the way it's going right now, to represent everybody. You know,
Actually, I want to say one thing real quick. Just no matter what way this election ends up turning out, I've gotten to know you over the past few months. I am convinced that no matter what, you will be helping the community down the right path. I mean, that's what you do anyway. You know, the Red Truckmen, the Christian men's groups, the way that you help the St. Jude's, all of that. I mean, you do so much for the community anyway. I think that's why. I mean, just my opinion. You know, you have been a good steward with what you've had, so I think that God's gonna give you more right here. I think that's.
Well, I appreciate that very much. Appreciate that.
Well, we appreciate.
Well, I hope you guys are having a great night with all the other races going on. It looks like things are turning out great for us. So we'll see how the rest of the night goes. But I'll check back in with you as soon as we have more numbers.
all right, James Teeple, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, James.
All right, you bet. Thank you.
All right, he's going to be a good addition to the State House, taking over the seat that Matt Lieber held, and now Matt Lieber moving on to the Senate where he kicked. What was her name?
Sandy Sin.
Oh yeah. See, we forget about him so fast. Cindy Sin kicked her to the curb in the primary. Another good fella. Just updated our map. We are at 178 177 110.
Okay.
177 110.
And they still won't call Georgia.
And
Okay.
they still won't call Georgia. Let's see if Georgia.
I've got some updates. It looks like, well, Michelle Lieber, Matt Lieber's wife, she's running for school board.
Right.
And it looks like she is up. She's got 49% of the vote. There are 3 people running in that race. Darren Lee Calhoun is at 37%, and Samuel Watley is at 13.8%. And with the school district, it's not a 50% plus one thing, as far as I know. It's
winner take all.
Yeah, winner take all. So she is in a very good position right there.
Good.
Got about half of the precincts reporting. Joe Bustos has won.
Yep.
State House District 112. Gary Brewer has won District 114, which I knew was going to happen. Wes Clymer has won State Senate District 15, retained his seat. Russell Fry has retained his seat in the U.S. Congress, District 7. State Senate District 20, looks like Ed Sutton has kept his seat. He's a Democrat. Vernon Stevens and Tom Fernandez are very close. 87% of the votes are in. Vernon Stevens leads by 400 votes. It's at 50.5% to 49.5%. That is brand new. Up until this very moment, Tom Fernandez was in the lead all night. It just flipped. So we will see. 87% of the precincts are in.
Speaking of Georgia, 66% of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a 53-47 lead.
There's no chance, bro.
There's interesting why they haven't called that. Interesting.
30% of the vote. If she got 100% of that remaining 30, then she would go up 15 points and win. But there's just no way. There's no chance, dude. She'd have to get 80% of the other remaining votes.
Interesting. That's why we do this, right?
Carl Ritchie is up. Now, these are just early vote type things, but he has 91% of the vote.
What kind of lead does he have?
90%. Hold on, it just what happened? Come on back. It just spazzed. Give me a second. Why is it? Come on now. I'll give it a chance to reload.
While we're doing that, want to thank the folks over at McIntyre Family Chiropractic sponsoring this segment of tonight's F1 Mechanical Election Night Show. Looks like in Senate District 11, Josh Kimbrell, good fella. Looks like he is going to easily retain his seat there in the South Carolina Senate.
Nancy Mace looks like she's going to keep her seat.
Yep. Unfortunately, Duke Buckner has fallen now. He's 40 to 56.
I saw that.
Yeah. Looks like 14% of the counties are in on his vote. So not sure which ones, but Ralph Norman's going to be going back to Congress. William Timmons, I don't know. This just changed. He is up 65-32 over the Democrat Catherine Harvey in a much heated race for Congress. We'll see what happens there.
He will take that seat. Russell Ott and Jason Gurry are literally neck and neck, 50% for each one. It looks like at this moment, Russell Ott has like 34 more votes than Jason Gurry. with
And what's-
26% reporting.
What Senate seat is that?
26.
Yes, that's right. Yep.
Come on, man. Why are the
Yeah,
local-
that's wow, 30. I'm showing 34 vote difference.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is crazy. But I'll tell you what, man, these other people, these libertarians and stuff that are running in District 6, there should be a law against it. I'm just kidding. Tongue in cheek. I'm just kidding.
And why is that?
Because I want a Republican to win that seat, and it'd be, you know, he'd have an extra, what, four points.
I am beginning to get texts from some folks wanting to know why we're not reporting on Beaufort County, and there are 0 precincts reporting in Beaufort County.
That's why.
I'm assuming that our friend Weston Newton and Bill Herb Kurzman, that they're listening, and hopefully they can address this yet again. It truly is unconscionable in 2024 that we, I'm scrolling the page, all zeros, everything, all zeros. I mean, I just don't get it. I just don't get it.
Yeah, not even the early votes?
They have not reported anything.
It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Kathy Landing has won.
Good.
Kathy Landing has won. Bamberger's up. He'll probably win. Chris Murphy will probably win. He's up by 14 points almost. Joe Jefferson and Harriet Holman are neck and neck. 50% to 50%. That's what happens when you put a Democrat against a Democrat, just because you change it. Anyway, Ralph Ellzey should have. That's a debate for another day. Joe Jefferson is the incumbent. He is up by 5 votes, 6,977 to 6,972, with 83% reporting. Tom Hartnett is 10 points up with 76% reporting, so he'll take that. 81% reporting, and he's increased his lead, 10.5 points up. Wendell Gilliard obviously won. Joe Bustos, I said that already. Let's see. James Teeple, man, 85% in, and James Teeple is now up about, like 60 votes.
Wow.
20,000 people have voted in that election. That is incredible numbers. But as we heard earlier, the districts that are not in are all in Edisto, and those lean heavily Republican. So he is still maintaining his lead. That's Beaufort County. Herb Kurzman, 0%. Let's see. Scarlett Wilson is up 57.1% to 42.9%, about 50% reporting. She'll win that, I think. She's running against David Osborne, who's not a joke, but let's see. I'm trying to find. There's Berkeley County, Charleston County Sheriff. Okay, here we go. Okay, more has come in. We're about 33% reporting. Carl Ritchie is ahead. 83,878 votes to Graziano, 81,512 votes. So he is up 1.5% over Graziano at this point.
Let me address, again, we've got another question. Amanda, thank you for tuning in here to Beaufort County's House of Cards. And speaking of Beaufort County's House of Cards, Beaufort County, yet once again, is a house of cards. We're not showing anything for Beaufort County, and neither is anybody else, because, quite frankly, There's nothing to show. Beaufort County is not reporting any precinct results yet. Zero. None. Zero. None. When this is all over, I highly suggest that people contact their the state legislative delegation for whatever House member and state senator is in your area. Let them know your dissatisfaction. That I recommend this for everyone. If you're dissatisfied, let them know. And as I literally say that, all of a sudden they just clicked over some votes. So
they're watching.
They probably are. There are 3 county council members watching right now.
And as you do that, Melissa, I don't know if you saw in our chat, she has Stephen Lyles, who's the field coordinator for South Carolina Midlands on the Trump campaign, and he might have some insight into how the Trump campaign is feeling at this moment.
Where is he?
Melissa Sprouse Brown has him in Lexington.
Oh. Yeah, we'll get 1 second.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah.
Let me roll down through these. Reporting, and we've only got how many do we have? Well, we'll just go with what we've got so far in Beaufort County. Chip Campson is ahead of Julie Hussey, 59-42. Margie Bright Matthews doesn't have an opponent. Tom Davis, Republican Tom Davis, arguably the most liked senator in the state house, is up 68-32 over his Democrat opponent, with precincts reporting. Bill Herb Kurzman, the incumbent, and he's going to be the new chair of the House LCI committee. He is up over the Democrat 65-35. Weston Newton, chairman of the House Judiciary Committee, he's got a 67-33 lead over a Democrat. Let's see here in Beaufort County, 10% of the precincts in. Michael Rivers, the incumbent, is leading 59-41 over Republican Shelley Gay Uhas. Let's see, State House, District 122, incumbent Republican Bill Hager is getting slobber knocked by Audrey Hopkins Wilson. Not sure how many, it's only 19 votes, so that really doesn't mean a whole lot. Let's see here, Jeff Bradley in House Seat 123, 60-40 lead over a Democrat. Shannon Erickson in District 124, House Chairman of the Education Committee, is smacking around the Democrat opponent 63-37. And with that, let's go down to the county council races. District 1, Adam Beery is still a little bit behind Gerald Dawson. We'll see what happens there. Logan Cunningham, District 7, is a 67-33 lead over the Democrat, Sarah McCarty. And with that, we will go over to, I hope that answers some, Amanda. Ask and you shall receive. How about that? We're going to go over to Melissa. She is at Lexington County. Melissa, hey, what's going on?
Hey, I am happy to be here with Stephen Lyles, who is the field coordinator for the SC Midlands, part of the Trump campaign. And he's going to give us an update on how the campaign is feeling right now. So I'm going to hand it off to him. So 1 second.
Hi, guys. How are you this evening?
We're doing pretty good. How about you?
Doing great. Corey Allen, great to see you. Great to be on your
Hey,
show.
man. Well, this is a special show. It's Beaufort County House of Cards, Big Patriot Radio, the Overton Report. It's all of us trying to we're trying to hold in our excitement. Things are looking real good on my end, especially for South Carolina. How are things looking? How is the Trump campaign feeling right now?
Okay, I just came off of Patriot Grassroots for Elon Musk in Georgia. North Georgia is very red. We believe that we will carry Georgia. North Carolina should go red, and Pennsylvania. So it should be a great night, and we're looking for a Trump victory.
So let me talk to you about Pennsylvania. I think that Georgia is in the bag. The way I can't believe that they haven't called that one yet, but shenanigans. North Carolina, I'm extremely surprised, but I'm very happy. I think you're right about that. Let me talk to you about Pennsylvania. I know Scott Pressler did a lot of work there.
Yeah, Scott has worked hard.
Yeah, he's busted his butt, and I know that they found a couple of different groups that now we know were progressive groups that were trying to put in fake registrations in Lancaster County and a couple of other counties. 2,500 in Lancaster County at one time, I think it was. My mom, she texted me earlier, and she's in Florida. She's never been into politics, but she is now. She moved to Florida from Hilton Head a few years ago. She is very concerned about Pennsylvania, and I'm trying to tell her, like, the only people that they've counted in Pennsylvania are some of the most far left places. That's why it looks like Kamala is so far ahead right now. Is that what you're getting? What makes you think you got Pennsylvania?
That's what we're feeling from the energy that we're feeling across the nation. So let's pray for a Trump win. We've got solid numbers. It should be an interesting night for everyone. I worked for Dave McCormick up in Pennsylvania. So I've been up in the area, spent a couple of months, and worked 14 states, and it's been an interesting journey. And after you and I have been at this since the beginning, it's time for us to pull out a positive win.
I'm extremely excited. I think that the way I'm seeing it, and tell me if I'm wrong here, I might be just too optimistic. I think that before the night's over, we will know that Donald Trump is the next president.
Indeed.
You think so?
Indeed. Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, let's go, man.
So let's
go.
go. Thanks for all that you do. Thanks for all that your team does. I've enjoyed being on briefly tonight, so let's go for a Trump win.
Absolutely.
Good to talk to you guys, and I'll pass you back off to Melissa.
Thank you for being on.
For sure. Come on my show sometime again.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Corey, let me answer a couple of these questions. Bob chiming in. Bob Donegan, thank you for watching our show tonight. What percentage is reported? I'm assuming you're talking about Beaufort County. They have not shown the percentage reported. The only percentages they're showing is Beaufort County has a 46.8% voter turnout, which is unflippin' believable. That is fantastic. Almost 1 out of 2 people went to vote. 2 out of 4, almost. We're used to 10% on a good day. But thanks, Bob. And yes, my lovely bride right there. Virginia is closer than expected. Matter of fact, the gentleman was just talking while he was talking about Virginia. I scanned by it. The 52% of the vote is in the Old Dominion, and Trump is ahead by 1 point, 49-6 to 48-6.
Can you imagine?
That's awesome.
That is. How is the atmosphere there in Lexington, Melissa?
Oh, man, it is electric in here. I mean, the room just continues to fill, and we're here at Tin Roof in downtown Columbia. There's a lot of people coming and going. We've seen a lot of people from the local party make an appearance here. Certainly the chairman, Mark Weber, first vice chair, Debbie Heim. A number of party members are here. In fact, when Mark was sitting with me, we were going over, we've got the tapes from the Lexington Elections Commission, and we are tabulating the numbers for the Lexington school board races, and I should have some of those numbers here shortly. But the ones that we have right now, these are certainly not hard numbers, but it looks like in the Lexington School Board District 1, race. Hansen seems to be the top vote getter, followed by Flashnick, Pizzuti, Nick
good?
Pizzuti, Anderson, and
Is that good
Holmesley.
news?
That
Is
is
that
that
good
is good news. Holmesley is certainly someone that was recommended and endorsed by the Lexington County Republican Party. She's an interesting figure. She's got an active case. She's got a lawsuit against that school district for infringing on her freedom of speech. She was trying to speak at a school board meeting back in 2021, and they shut her down. So she has sued them.
That'll be interesting. If she wins, we'll have to. I don't know if she'll be suing the entity for whom she works. That would be a very interesting situation.
It sure would. It sure would. So I'm really interested in to see the finalized numbers on this race, particularly if she does make the board.
Amazing. So Jason Gurry, I see that what I'm seeing over here is like about 28% are in, and it is still very, very much neck and neck. Are you seeing
It is very.
there?
Yeah, we were talking about that when I was off stage with you guys a few minutes ago, and Jason Gary was about 200 votes behind at that point. I will try to get some.
44% reporting, and these are numbers that I'm seeing here. You guys are going to have ticker numbers from precincts. 44% reporting.
Yep.
Russell Ott 11,831. Jason Gurry 11,496. So we're looking at actually, sorry, that just changed just this moment. Russell Ott 15,329. Jason Gurry 14,307 with 65% reporting. So that puts Russell Ott 4 points ahead of Jason at this moment. But
you're ahead of me.
Looking at who's reporting, it looks like it's mainly Columbia. It doesn't look like any of the western half of the it doesn't look like any of the rural precincts are reporting at all.
Yeah, and that district does dip down in the state just a tad. So, yeah, it's going to take a minute to get the rest of those numbers, I'm sure.
It looks like St. Matthews and Columbia are the main places that are reporting so far.
Okay. Well, we're definitely watching that very closely.
Let me step in here for just a minute and report on some of these numbers I'm getting in from Beaufort County. Amendment number 1, that is on the South Carolina Constitution question. 6% of the vote is in, and 83% in favor of that. Special sales and use tax referendum, that's the transportation sales tax. 57% so far have said, no. Question number 2, a $515 million go bond referendum to help pay for number 1 because they want the money before they collect the tax. That also 57%. Over on Hilton Head Island, Alexander Brown, incumbent, looks like he's going to keep his seat. Still only single digits reporting. Steve DeSimone is ahead in his town council seat. Melinda Tunner, been following her. She is outpacing everyone for her town council Ward 6 seat. Other things in Beaufort, the city of Beaufort, the mayoral race, 11% of the vote is in, and Mayor Phil Cromer has a 60 to 39 point lead over Josh Scalade. On town council, 2 members are going to be in, and Mitch Mitchell and Neil Lipsitz. Both of those are incumbents. They're supported by this channel. They are winning. And that is what we have. What I am also trying to find is the Jasper County race for sheriff. Corey, we'll bring that as soon as we get it.
Well, speaking of sheriff, in Richland County, Leon Lott will be a runaway winner with that race. He's been in office about 28 years. He's a Democrat, has been just a famous figure across the country through his involvement with On Patrol Live and Live PD. And really, he faces hardly any competition ever. So he will, again, be the sheriff of Richland County.
Yeah, it's hard to beat them.
It is
at that level. When they've been there for that long, it's very difficult to beat them.
Well, over in Lexington County, we're going to have a repeat of Jay Kuhn as sheriff. He had a pretty good race in the primary, but he was victorious, and there's no one else against him at this point.
Okay. What can you do?
Looking through some other. See if we've got an update. It is about 9:30, and on the national scene, 195 to 112. That's the spread we've got right now. And Corey, Georgia now has 74% in. Donald Trump is up 52, almost 53%, 47. There's got to be a reason that they have not called this.
But they don't want to because they need, the reason they haven't called it is because they need clicks and they need views. That's why. They want people to continue.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
that's
and
all
I think what Stephen Lyles was saying about the strength of the ground game in Georgia is probably terrifying to those folks who are pulling for the other team. So, yeah, I think that would be a very late call, even if it was extremely obvious.
Yeah.
Let's go up the eastern seaboard and look at North Carolina.
I think we should add Georgia. I think we should add Georgia to our map. Let's be the first to do it. Put Georgia
yeah, but I don't want to give any false, until they call it. Until you and I get credibility to call it.
CNN calls it.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen Lyles just told us that they called it. Stephen Lyles was just on the phone with Musk.
I hear you.
I would do it if I had the clicker. I would do it. I promise.
Let's get him on the phone, and we'll have a chat. In North Carolina, if you can do that, I'll pay you for that one. Anyway, North Carolina.
Who's this brought by? Is this segment brought to us by Palmetto Woodworkers?
McIntyre Family
Family Chiropractor. Oh, yeah. My bad.
I just did Palmetto Woodworker.
Oh, did you? I was
you weren't paying attention again. Yeah. Well, anyway, in North Carolina, 53% of the vote is in. Donald Trump, 51-48 over Kamala Harris. And in Virginia, 56% in. Trump has a 50.1% to 48.2% lead. Razor thin. In
that one, I'm going to call for Kamala. Kamala wins Virginia. Trump wins North Carolina and Georgia.
See if we can find out if Arlington, Fairfax, and Loudoun counties have reported. If they've reported, and this is where we are, Trump winning. If they haven't reported, then you're right.
Right. I've got some Lexington races that have been called here for State Senate District 10. Billy Garrett, the incumbent, over Francis Fleckley, the Democrat. Okay. And we've got Chris Wooten in State 69 over Alan Broadus.
Okay, awesome.
Good.
You know what I'm really interested in? I'm really interested in Iowa for Trump because of that wild poll that came out a few days ago.
Yes, and a lot of people right now. It's Harris has a 57-42 lead. A lot of folks starting last night started saying, "You know what? Iowa's going blue."
That seems weird, but Iowa has seem weird. Like 3 electoral college votes, maybe 5, maybe 4.
10. No, 6.
6. Okay, that's a little more reasonable. I was like, there's no way they're more populated than South Carolina.
Yeah,
it's nothing but cornfields. Okay, we could lose that, and that'd be okay. That's weird though, right? Iowa.
That is weird.
Let's see.
Next poll, they're closing in about 30 minutes from now. We'll hear from Iowa, Nevada, Montana. I expect 2 of those to go to Donald Trump.
I'll tell you what, Scott Pressler said, breaking, Donald Trump has won North Carolina.
Really?
That's what Scott Pressler says.
Let's
4 seconds
Trump
ago.
wins North Carolina?
4 seconds ago, Scott Pressler said, breaking, Trump wins North Carolina. And he's on the phone with Laura Trump and all them. So I'm gonna take his word for it. He wouldn't put himself in that
Bear
position.
with me just a second. Let me do some. How did Kamala Harris pick up 5 votes out of nowhere?
That's what they do. They pick up votes out of nowhere.
Shit.
Where? I mean, seriously, she had 112. That's what you see on the screen. Now she's got 117. But
What are you looking at for that? Oh, hey, I've got an update about the Tom Fernandez situation.
okay,
Okay, hold on. How many percentage? So the percentage reporting was 88%, and the numbers were 22,019 votes for Fernandez, 21,094 for Vernon Stevens.
so Tom's
was
back
up-
ahead.
Tom was ahead about 930 points, votes. The updated total is 23,001 for Tom Fernandez, 21,748 for Vernon. I think Tom is going to take this, and we have. I think we've got it. What? Oh, and people are leaving Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris is about a mile down the street from me right now,
Right.
at Howard University, and people are leaving her event. So she had her
You're kidding.
election event going on, and like literally a mile down the street, and there were probably like 250, 300 people when we were there earlier, but they just showed on the screen they're leaving her event. I think they know.
Is that foreshadowing?
Is
I
it?
hope they know.
I'm
I hope
trying to
we
find
all know
something
soon
from her
enough.
If they don't know, they better ask somebody. Ain't that right? Sorry,
Now-
that's millennial humor.
I know you
Sorry,
said that. What was it? Pressler said that.
He called it. He called it
but
early, but
nobody
he called it 'cause
has
he got-
called that. No,
That's
no
right.
outlet has called that.
Absolutely.
No, I don't see it
outlet has
anywhere.
called that.
Corey, we should go down there.
No outlet has called it,
I might
but
walk down there to this Kamala Harris headquarters.
Scott Pressler did.
Who is that in the background?
That's Tyler,
Oh.
JT Messenger. He's so he's doing stuff with.
Did y'all bring barbecue up there?
barbecue?
Isn't he of the barbecue messengers?
No, he's not.
No.
The barbecue messengers. Their family
Oh, if you
split
wanna-
off. Their
Yeah, if you
family
want to talk
split
about
off.
that, of the Maurice Messenger family that actually Piggy Park burned last weekend.
I
Their
saw that.
headquarters
It
here
caught on
in
fire. It's gone.
Yeah, it sure did. So the restaurant survived, but the cooking facility, their headquarters, all of that burned to the ground.
That was
It
in
was
Casey.
unbelievable.
isn't it? West Columbia.
It was yes, it's in Casey. That's exactly right. Yeah, it was
Right there at
a
the-
multiple alarm at the Crossroads there.
Yeah.
So
and
Tyler,
it was
Tyler is related to
crazy.
them, though. Like he's related to them, but like there was a family feud way back. This is something you should actually have him on because he's done the work of that genealogy. But there was, a great grandfather.
Right.
The brothers split and hated each other.
Right.
So some of them started spelling it with an I, and some of them started spelling it with an E. and
Right.
It was a whole thing. So
Right.
it's a very interesting story.
How
to
come?
check out.
How come you haven't hooked a brother up yet?
Are you related to the Piggy Park one?
Maurice and my grandfather were cousins.
Okay, Maurice and his grandfather were cousins.
All right. Well, that's why I said, did y'all bring barbecue? Because I thought maybe I could get an in with barbecue messengers through you. But anyway, yeah, I'd love to have Tyler on
No,
the show.
no barbecue, bro.
Yeah, no
I
barbecue.
don't even get free barbecue.
I didn't say free, just but that'd be cool. That'd be
That
cool.
would be cool.
Anyway, yeah, I'd love to have him on the show. Hear about that. I still, Corey, I have no
No,
outlet.
you're not going to see it for another probably 45 minutes, I bet.
No outlets.
I've never
76% is in Georgia. They still aren't calling.
See, and they still haven't called Georgia. I'm telling you, I've never seen. I have never seen. I've known Scott Pressler for a long time. Since 2020, actually, is when I met him, and we've kept in touch ever since. A little less so now that he's become Mr. Popular, but I've never seen him be wrong. So I'll just say that. I'm not saying we should mark it on the map. I'm just saying I'm enjoying that position, that situation.
Is he there in North Carolina still?
No, Scott is in Pennsylvania.
Oh, well,
He's been leading the charge. Yeah, he's been leading the charge on registering voters. He hired like 70 people. They went around the state, and that's why so many Republicans have registered in Pennsylvania, actually. So he's fighting that.
So for all of our watchers, viewers, listeners, etc., we do have a lot of folks on BigPatriotRadio.com right now. That is blown up.
Good.
Anyway, for those of
wonderful.
you, oh yeah, thank you. And a lot of folks from Lexington area, Gilbert, a lot of folks from there. A lot of what was it? Another town. I don't know. Anyway, a lot of them up there. Anyway, for the folks in Beaufort County, I told you earlier that they dropped a ton of ballots, and I read those off to you, and there have been none dropped since. So in case you're wondering why I'm not saying anything,
None dropped since.
none have dropped since. It's status quo
In Beaufort?
in Beaufort.
Yeah, that's always going to be the case.
Yeah, yep.
If you can.
For those of you that
private
are
chat.
watching, if you have questions
Let me go see.
you want to, absolutely, let's do that. But for those of you that have questions you want to, ask, get on your program there, your app, your chat, your whatever. Let's see here. We've got blah 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 blah.
If that happens, you're going to have to take it over.
Okay.
Me?
All right. So he is going to come on. He's going to be here in just a couple minutes.
Did you say that
Holy cow.
I need to take that over?
Interesting stuff. Mr. Alan Wilson will potentially be joining us here briefly.
Yep. Just a couple minutes.
And this segment is brought to you by Curran Financial Partners. You want to run that, or you want me to run it?
He's coming right now.
Corey, you there?
I am.
I'm gonna sit you right by me.
Enter because that's happening again. I want to go ahead and fix this. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
All right. So tell me when you're ready. I've got the Attorney General right with me.
Absolutely.
All right. I'm gonna pass it off.
All right. Welcome to Big Patriot Radio and Beaufort County's House of Cards. To the stage, the South Carolina Attorney General, Alan Wilson.
Hey.
Good evening, sir. How are you this wonderful evening?
Listen, it's been a great night here in South Carolina. We're really excited. I understand we're picking up some seats in the Senate, picking up some seats in the House. We could have supermajorities in both. Obviously, we picked up a sheriff's race down in Dorchester County. We might be picking up another sheriff's race in Charleston. We don't know yet, but I'm guardedly optimistic.
Outstanding. Is the across the state, talking to other people, other counties, chairs, is the feeling, obviously South Carolina's been called for Donald Trump, but across the state overall, we are maintaining our conservatism in check.
That's what it appears. I mean, like I'm saying, I don't want to get in front of myself, but, I've just talked to some officials at the state who've told me that there's been a couple of pickups in the state Senate, and with very conservative candidates going to the Senate as well as the House. We could be into the 90s. We were at 88 House Republicans before tonight. Right now we're currently, as it stands, at 90 and could be going up. Out of 46 senators, we could have as many as 30. We'll have at least 33. I'm told Republicans out of 46. That number could be 34. It's a little bit longer to go in the night, but like I say, I am guardedly optimistic about what's going on here in South Carolina.
So that potentially could be a supermajority in both houses of the General Assembly.
Absolutely.
Attorney General, let me ask you, I'm going to pass it off here to my co-host, but when it comes to your office and what you do as the state's chief law enforcement officer, when you have a supermajority of the same party, does that make things, and this may be the ubiquitous, does that make things easier for you as you try to develop programs, processes, and improvements in law enforcement across the state, knowing that you've got supermajority behind you?
Well, when the caucuses act in harmony, when they're not infighting with each other, it could be very beneficial. I mean, obviously, a lot of the things that I ask for, and if I'm being honest, I get a lot of bipartisan crossover when you're fighting human trafficking, when you're fighting fentanyl trafficking, when you're dealing with things like that. It doesn't take a lot. There are other things, like, for instance, but fighting the Biden administration, asking for additional funding to fight some of these federal overreaches. Having a robust conservative majority in the House and Senate with the governor willing to sign off on the funding allows us to put up a bigger and better defense to South Carolina against an ever-growing federal government. So those are the areas where I feel like I could use help if the Republican caucuses in the House and Senate can work well together. But obviously, the bigger the party gets, you're going to get more diverse Republican views. Obviously, you got the Republicans in the House and Senate. You have Freedom Caucus contingent, and I have a lot of friends in both. And when they work together, there's nothing that can stop us. When they're fighting, it's a little bit different.
Awesome. Thank you.
So, he was asking you about whether or not, when with the state House, state Senate, we've got supermajorities, if that would help you as the chief law enforcement officer. My question is, does it help you more when you have sheriffs throughout the state that are friendly, I guess, to the conservative cause? Or, for example, I'm referring to Charleston, right, where you have a sheriff currently who kind of, her fight against ICE, her trying to make that a sanctuary county. Is it easier for you when you have a sheriff who doesn't do those things?
So if Donald Trump becomes president again, and ICE is reformed, and the 286 or 287G program is backed up by ICE and the Department of Homeland Security, then you absolutely need conservative rule of law enforcement-oriented sheriffs. If you have a sheriff like we have right now in Charleston, they're not going to support those programs. Now, right now, it's hard to get the federal government to back those programs. Utilizing local law enforcement to help federal law enforcement deport illegal aliens is something that you need people on both ends of that agreement. Right now, we don't have the feds on the other end, and so it doesn't really matter. But if Trump wins tonight, who the sheriff is in Charleston will matter very much from a law enforcement and immigration standpoint. 100%.
Okay, that's interesting. I've never. Does it make it easier? So if you had to choose, I guess, would it be legislators or sheriffs? If you had to choose, I know that's hard.
It's like, how do I want to save from drowning? So
it really is.
Let me say this. There are sheriffs in both parties that I work very well with, and there are some sheriffs in some parties who run under a party moniker because it's more easy. They just want to be sheriff. They don't care about the political affiliation. Their ideology doesn't come into play, and I work very well with them. So if you're forcing me to pick a child to save, okay, I'm going to save the legislators because they're the ones that ideologically pass laws. They pass budgets. There are Democrat sheriffs out there that are indistinguishable. I think there are some Republican sheriffs that would probably be Democrats, and there's some Democrat sheriffs that might be Republicans. Don't ask me who. I won't say that, but they just want to be sheriff, and that's the only way they can be sheriff. And so I work well across the party lines in law enforcement for the most part. When you get to the policymakers in the legislative branch of government, having rule of law, conservative-minded people who will push back against some of the radical stuff coming out of D.C., who will push back on some of the radical stuff coming out of local school districts, who will defend parental rights, those kind of things. That is where we really need to have conservatives, and that would be in the legislature.
Well, I'll tell you what, man, it's definitely an exciting night in South Carolina. I'm seeing some major gains all over the state, and I'm seeing some things that we were hoping would be held. So I think it's gonna be good for you. in the next couple of years, and then hey, after that, there's another election coming up in a couple of years, I hear. So we'll see how that goes. The governor's running out, so.
Well, I appreciate what you guys are doing with this podcast and getting the word out, and the future will be there when we get there. I'm not going to speak about it tonight, but what I will say is I appreciate what y'all do, and I look forward to coming back on at your invitation to have a more robust conversation about the issues, about the priorities we're going to be advocating for in January when the legislature comes back into session, and some of the things. Anytime we follow, obviously, if there's a Harris administration, you're going to be seeing a lot more of us because we're going to be having to sue our way into freedom again, because this administration will be so far to the left, it'll be like nothing we've ever seen.
Well, we'll be behind you on that, I promise you, and I would definitely love to have you back on to have some really good long form discussions for sure.
Put me in, Coach. You just call me and I'll be there.
South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, thanks again for coming on Beaufort County's House of Cards and the Big Patriot Radio Network. All right. Still no update on the national map.
All right.
And nothing locally. I do have a couple of state house representatives that may be coming in here soon. I think they are surprised at the.
Did you see? I tried to get him to admit he's running for governor. I tried.
Yeah, he's not there
we'll
yet.
talk about that another time.
No, of course not. No, I mean this is a presidential election night. Come on.
Absolutely.
I just wanted, in case he hadn't been thinking about it, I wanted to put it in his mind. Maybe he should think about it.
Yeah,
that's all.
In case he had not been thinking about it.
That's right. Let's see.
George is at 80%. Trump has a 52-47 lead.
80%, 52-47.
North Carolina, 63%. Trump has a 52-47 lead. Virginia, 60% in, and Trump has a 50-48 lead.
My local elections on ABC4 are just blank. They're not telling me anything. That's so strange.
We are about 10 minutes away.
89% reporting. Jeff Zell, Kevin Johnson. Jeff Zell is at 51. Kevin Johnson at 49. We've got 24,740 for Jeff Zell. 24,740 to 23,673. 1,000 vote lead to Jeff Zell with almost 90% reporting. 60. That means there's only, oh my gosh, that means there's only 600 votes left. There's only 600 votes left.
Yeah. Tom Fernandez has a.
That means. Do you know what that means? That means Jeff Zell won. Jeff Zell beat Kevin Johnson.
That would be phenomenal.
If there's only 80, if there's 89% reporting, he's 1,000. Oh, I just got 24,740, 23,673. He's 1,100 votes ahead.
With how many left?
10%. So 500. Yeah, 500 votes are left. 500 to 600 votes are left to count. If that's
Tom
the way they're
Fernandez
doing
has about 800, 900 vote lead right now.
Bro, we just super majoritied the state senate with real conservatives.
You know, the thing is here now. Well, a lot of them are real. There are still some that are suspect.
I'm sorry.
But here's what this is going to do. This is going to make those who have previously been suspect in their conservatism, all of a sudden, they're going to be the poster child of conservatives.
They're going to pull right.
And you know what that's going to do? That's going to cause people to go, what the fuck you been doing for the last several years?
Sure.
I mean, there's
imagine what we can get done in the next 4 years.
What do we always say about elections? What do they always say? Elections have consequences. So for those that have been suspect, yeah, we're going to have 4 years of, super majority, absolutely. and then all of a sudden people are going to start remembering.
But that Russell Ott one still ain't coming in yet.
Yeah.
I mean, there's like 52-48. Russell Ott still taking it.
I would imagine he'll win. He's partial of Calhoun, Richland. I mean, he and his dad was a state houseman and
I know.
a state senator. So
I know. Don't rain on my parade, okay?
You know maybe he's watching, but you know what I find interesting with Russell Ott? In my opinion, how he kisses the ass of Gilda Cobb.
Yeah, well.
You know what I'm saying?
This is not the day to get me started on somebody like Gilda Cobb.
I'm just saying. What's her last name? Cobb Hunter? Yeah, Gilda Cobb Hunter. I mean, anyway. Justin Vanberg slew through the ice and storms and raced to victory. No big surprise there in his House seat over in Bamberg County.
It's in Arizona.
Real quick, I've got something to say.
Yeah.
So some of the mail-in ballots are being rejected in places like in certain places in Georgia and other places.
This was Arizona.
Arizona specifically. And CNN, they just had people on saying, well, the reason that the reason that they're being rejected is because the signatures don't match. And on CNN, they're saying, well, that's because minorities don't know how to sign their name.
Are you kidding? Are they actually saying that?
Because the mail-ins don't count. Because the mail-in ballots, the signatures don't match. They're saying, oh, that's because the minorities don't know how to sign their name. That's what they just said on CNN.
So when are the minorities? When are they going to have somebody go, hey, wait a minute, I'm tired of being the blunt trauma of your crap. We're not idiots.
They act like Hispanics don't use the exact same alphabet.
Right.
As you know what I mean? Like Miguel, they know how to spell Miguel, right? Like, come on, this is insanity, man. That's where they're going with this. They are not. CNN is not liking what they're seeing.
No. Hey, let me ask you a question and bring Tyler in if you want to get him on this.
Okay.
I have heard, and I know you've heard a lot of people say, matter of fact, Jamie Raskin, House member from New Jersey, the communist state of New Jersey, said this. He said, Trump may win, but he will not get in the Oval Office. What do you think when you hear shit like that?
When I hear things like that, it's like, oh, so all of your accusations were actually confessions. When you tell us that a bunch of unarmed people who protested and a few of them got out of hand, that was the biggest insurrection attempt in America's history, despite the fact that Democrats have literally bombed the Capitol building multiple times. Actually, it was Barack Obama's mentor and professor, Bill Ayers, who helped bomb the Capitol building in the 70s. Literally bombed it, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like set off a literal explosive device in the Capitol. But us going there unarmed, that was an insurrection. When they say that, what they mean to say is, the next time you win, we will foment an insurrection. We will pull a coup. They're telling us that they did that so that they could, and the reason that they've pushed that over the 4 years is because they were afraid we would come back and win. And when we did that, they needed an excuse and reasons to actually pull a legitimate coup d'etat. And that is what they will do. That is what they're telling you they will do. That's why when Donald Trump wins in a landslide tonight, they will
come out.
They will pull a coup. And that's why I'm in Washington, D.C. right now, to be honest with you. That's why we're both here.
Yep. I think it is definitely a large possibility.
Jamie Raskin and Nancy Pelosi.
I don't,
I'm saying they both said that.
Yeah.
He will not set foot in the White House. He may win. Jamie Raskin specifically said it. Hey, I'm gonna put this on mute for a second. I got
Yeah, I got to go to
state
commercial
rep.
anyway.
Okay, I got a state rep calling me. I got to answer it.
All right. We are at about 2 minutes before the top of the hour right here on Beaufort County's House of Cards.
Introducing to you. You're on House of Cards. Live on Facebook and YouTube. It's going down now. Locked and loaded with the truth.
And tonight's show is brought to you by F1 Mechanical. Do you know if your home's heating and cooling system is working properly, safely, and efficiently? Call F1 Mechanical in Hilton Head, Bluffton, and Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as Greater Charlotte, North Carolina, for immediate service or inspection. Don't wait weeks. Call 843-284-9156. 284-9156 today. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's F1 Mechanical, 843-284-9156. Call now, and all customers with gas furnaces will get a free combustion air test. All right, we are back, and let's take another check here. We're still at about 195, 115, somewhere in there. The national map showing 117, and I do not have I cannot find the 2-vote difference between my map and theirs. So earlier we heard that North Carolina was going to be called. They're at 65% right now. 66% of the vote is in, and Trump has a 52-47 point lead. Same exact in Georgia, where there's 80% of the vote in. He's got a 52-47 lead. Virginia, Trump has surged ahead. He's at 50.06% over Kamala Harris, with 61% of the vote in Virginia. Pennsylvania, finally, Pennsylvania, the big voters have come into play. They are 0.2% apart in votes. 42% of the vote is in, 49.5 to 49.58. That just shrunk. Now there are 7/100ths. Amazing. And we have polls going to be closing at 10 o'clock. Any minute now, we'll have Montana, Arizona, and I believe Iowa. They'll be closing here any second. We'll get those numbers. Let me check in Beaufort County for those of you local. The voter turnout is now at 54% in Beaufort County. And let's see if we can find Tom Davis still is a 68-32 lead in his race. Bill Herb Kurzman comfortably 65-34. Weston Newton also 67-33 over his opponent. Michael Rivers still has a lead in District 121, but it's only by 17 points. In St. Helena Island, that's somewhat close. Let's see. Jeff Bradley, easy win over there, 60-39. Shannon Erickson also sailing away with this 64-36 point win in District 124 for Shannon Erickson. County Council District 1. Looks like Gerald Dawson is going to repeat in that district. District 3, York Glover will repeat. Logan Cunningham has a comfortable 67-33 lead in District 7. As far as your questions, referendum questions, let's see here. The South Carolina amendment to its constitution, 84% said yes. So that will pass. The transportation sales tax, 57.4% right now are saying no. Same thing in the $500 million GO bond. 57% are saying no. Over on Hilton Head Island, Steve DeSimone looks like he is outpacing Amy Fee. Alex Brown is going to easily retake his spot on Ward 1. Melinda Tunner appears to be sailing to victory in Ward 6. Let's see what other. I believe that's going to do
Hey,
it.
it looks
except
like
for
another Democrat lost another state Senate seat, my friend.
Which one is that?
State Senate District 29, and that is Gerald Malloy, and he is one of the main reasons that judicial reform had to happen. It looks like he lost. He 100% reporting, and he has lost, according to an individual I was just on the phone with. I'm trying to find that information now to verify.
Outstanding. Gerald Malloy, while I completely concur that judicial reform had his name next to it for need, but I enjoyed listening to him debate. He's one senator that I always, wanted to one day get the opportunity to debate. I like his vernacular.
Okay. Well, it looks like he lost by 300 votes.
Wow.
Or 292 votes. And 100% reporting. So that means it's 50% to 50%. There's going to be a recount on that, but it will be, J.D. Chaplin is the individual who won. I don't know anything about this race.
Nothing.
That is up in the PD, Bennettsville, on the other side of.
Yep.
So there you go, man.
There
We
you
got
go.
that one.
Another one. Just to finish my thought here in Beaufort, Phil Cromer still leading by 15 points over Josh Galati for mayor of Beaufort. 2 council seats. Looks like so far the 2 incumbents, Mitch Mitchell and Neil Lipsitz, both will retain their seats. A lot of controversy over them because of some support. All right, we're going to change our map here, my brother. Let's go to the big board, and we're going to change Montana for President Trump. We're
James
going
Clyburn
to change.
has won. Sorry, I'm sorry.
That's
Go
all
ahead.
right. We're gonna take Utah, and Donald Trump has won that. He now has 205 votes away from becoming the 47th president. Now, what did you say about Jim Clyburn?
So I know I'm frozen right now because it's
No, you're all right.
tip tap.
You're good.
Look at that, guys. We need 65 more.
Tell me about Jim
Once you
Clyburn
come
again.
back on. Here we go. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Could you hear me when you were
Yeah.
you were frozen on my end? Could you
no,
still
I'm
hear
here.
me? Okay.
Yep.
So I wasn't ever frozen at that point. Okay.
What? Tell me what you were talking about, Jim Clyburn. What happened?
They've called that race Jim Clyburn 156,476 to Duke Buckner 104,174. That's with 81% reporting. But they have called it for Clyburn. It's a hard race. Duke Buckner, I know I was speaking to him a little earlier tonight while we've been on the phone, or while we've been on the live. He's gonna stay in the party and he's gonna help. And the party in South Carolina needs good, decent men like Duke Buckner who are willing to fight the hard fights.
Yeah.
And there
I would
are
hope
very
he would
few
stay
of
in the
us.
party.
No. What I mean, he will stay active.
Good.
You know
Good.
what I mean? Obviously,
Hey.
he's in a
180,000 to 104. That's not a butt whipping. That's not when it's Jim Clyburn.
And not
You
when
know?
there are 2 other people running who are nonpartisan. Three other people running in nonpartisan ways. That was obviously Jim Clyburn trying to screw him over. Look at this:
Right.
96.2 reporting in District 36. Jeff Zell versus Kevin Johnson, and it's Jeff Zell has 50.8% to Kevin Johnson's 49.2. So that is 1.6 points. It's 25,578 to 24,770. So nearly 1,000 up with 96.2 reporting. I think Jeff Zell is going to take it.
Are you showing how many? I'm showing 75% voting
No,
count. How many you have?
I've got 96.2 reporting.
Let me refresh this and see if something changes here.
Now, State Senate District 39, Tom Fernandez versus Vernon Stevens. 93.2% are in. Tom Fernandez has 25,254.
Yep.
Now remember that, 25,254. Vernon Stevens, 23,766.
How many? What's the percentage in there?
93.2%.
Oh boy, that would be phenomenal.
There's
Just
only
phenomenal.
that means there's only like 500 more votes to count. He's got it, bro. Tom Fernandez has won, bro. I'm calling Tom Fernandez. Matt Lieber Matt Lieber has officially been called by Live 5 News.
Good.
He has beat Rita Adkins. He is now the state senator.
District 41.
District 41. Yep. Of course, we got Brian Adams. District 44. Tom Davis has won. District 46.
Yep.
Let's see. District 80. Kathy Landing has won.
This is back in the House.
Oh man. Okay. State House District 93 with Krista Hassel and Jerry Govan. There's 87.5% reporting, and Jerry Govan is 900 votes up, 51.8% to 46.6. It's a hard one because that was Brad Hutto's old seat. Chris Murphy has won. Harriet Holman is ahead with 94.9 reporting. Let's see. That James Steeple is still ahead. There's 91% reporting, and James Steeple is 10,859 to Charlie Murray's 10,768. So that's about 100 votes. James Steeple has 50.2%. Charlie Murray has 49.8%, and there are 9%. 9% is left to be counted. Oh,
man, I tell you what, it is tight, buddy. Now they're calling Nevada too early to call, and it just closed 8 minutes ago.
Too early to call. Oh my gosh, they're so Cindy
Trump
Coates
is now ahead in Pennsylvania.
Trump is now
ahead. Yep, he is ahead in Virginia. He is ahead in North Carolina. He is ahead in Georgia. Buddy, I'm going to go ahead and make an early prediction that Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States.
I'm gonna call it. But I can't tell how much of that inside myself is wishful thinking and how much of that is legitimate. I can't. I'm objective enough to know that I cannot be objective at this moment. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Does that make you subjective?
I am subjectively saying
I can't be objective.
I really want to hear Antifa out my window. I've got my window open here at the hotel.
How's the temperature up there in DC?
Not as cold as I wish it was. To be honest with you.
Damn.
It was cool last night, but today
I was going to try to live vicariously through you because it's hot as you know what.
I know, man. I hate it. It's October, man.
It's November, dude.
Well,
we're in November, Beaver County.
Barely. Yeah, you're not thinking about the time change.
That's right.
You're in.
That's right.
Carl Ritchie. Okay, 124 of 182 precincts reporting. Carl Ritchie is 5,054 votes ahead.
Wow.
Of Chris Ingraziano. So that's good. That's good.
You know, aside from the obvious, you mentioned it earlier, the whole ICE thing. What's another main difference in Graziano and Ritchie?
Oh, dude, Graziano spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a podcast to help the sheriff's department look better, and they recorded 2 episodes.
Oh wow!
Interviewing her. So they bought all that. She spent like $35,000 on a meeting table. That was like modern art meeting table. Like she's hidden. Do you remember? So I don't know if you remember this, but Mother's Day a couple years back, a woman officer was driving way over the speed limit, and killed a mom, or like 3 generations, a mom, a daughter, and grandmother. And she was trying to help that woman get off, that female officer get off of any charges. Now hold on 1 second.
Trump takes a 70,000 vote lead in PA.
Yeah, Trump took a 70,000 vote lead in PA. Yeah, we were talking. Yeah. He's taking the lead.
His map's looking a lot like Reagan.
So there are a lot of things that she's done that are just ridiculous. So many. She is when Jamal Sutherland died in Al Cannon Detention Center. It was like her second day in office, and she did everything she could to kind of hide that, bury it under the rug because she wanted good publicity. She's been awful. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's the epitome of a DEI hire. She's a lesbian who got where she is because of that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not that she is that. It's just that, you know.
Are you saying she used that to her advantage?
Yes,
or something?
100%.
Nefariously?
Nefariously. Well, not nefariously. Just that's the way that the government works, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you have certain characteristics, immutable characteristics, like if you're gay or if you're Hispanic or if you're black, then you put that down, and that you put that down on the paper, and that makes you more susceptible to for being promoted. That is what DEI is, right? Yeah. That's what it is. So that is what happened with her. She is incapable, totally incapable. She doesn't have the wherewithal. She doesn't have the ability, the experience of running a department. I mean, this is stressful stuff. You can't just like, oh baby, it's okay. You can't do that as an officer, especially not as the sheriff.
That's right.
And she got caught on the phone or talking to that the woman who was just shit-faced out of her mind and crashed into that golf cart, killing a bride on her wedding night.
Yeah.
Graziano was caught telling her, yeah, you're right, you don't need to be in jail. We're going to try and work something out to get you out on bond.
Wow.
Blah, 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 blah. Like, that is who she is.
Charleston would be a much better place without that.
Here, how about this? It's only when it comes to women, though. She's trying to get a woman officer off, a young, pretty female officer, a young, pretty female drunk driver.
Yep.
Like, that's 1970s male sheriff stuff.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. This segment brought to you by MXM Productions. Thanks to Mike Taylor and the gang over at MXM Productions. Matter of fact, if you are having a wedding or a party or something, you need a DJ and lights and video and the whole show, get in touch with MXM Productions. Just put that in your search bar on Google. MXM Productions LLC. They're out of Bluffton. They'll rock you out, as they say. 82%, my friend, in
Georgia.
In Georgia.
How could they not call it?
Oh, dude, they're holding off so hard.
82% in Georgia, but they can't call it. That's crazy.
65 in Virginia.
What you see anything in North Carolina?
70%.
I gotta mute this. Hold on 1 second.
71% in North Carolina. Let's take a look back here at Beaufort County in some of the local races. Looks like down there in Beaufort, I believe. No, they're only saying that doesn't make sense. They're saying that now they're saying 100%. I apologize. 100% are reporting, and Mitch Mitchell and Neil Lipsitz appear to be going back to city council in the town or the city of Beaufort, rather. They're showing 100% reporting for mayor. So assuming this is correct, Phil Cromer will retain the mayor's job by winning about 700 votes over Josh Scalade.
Tom Fernandez has won.
Tom Fernandez has won. We need to get him on here.
You know, well, the thing is, I spoke to him beforehand, and he said that he was going to just basically turn off his phone and go to sleep and wake up in the morning. I will see. If you give me a minute.
Yeah, I sent him the link today.
Yeah, I did too. It's just he was like, you know, that's his ritual. He's gonna just turn it off, and you know. So it was his campaign manager who called me. Don't give me any shit. I already took enough shit for answering it. Don't do it.
Fuck CJ Westfall.
Did you hear that?
No, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't.
Okay, he agrees. Yeah, I get it.
You know where I am on that.
We all know where we all are.
Let's see here. A couple of the state West Climbers going to be remaining in the Senate. Up there in York County. Man, Mike Fanning is like barely holding on. He's got like a half a point lead on the Republican stubs.
Hold on, I'm muting this. Hold on 1 second.
Let's see who else. Let's see. Carlisle Kennedy, no opponent. He'll be in the Senate. Tom Young, he will win again in District 24. Shane Massey, unopposed. Russell Ott is, they're saying 33.3% of the vote is in, and Russell Ott has a 3-point lead. That may be all that's needed. We'll see. We'll watch that one. Greg Embry, unopposed. J.D. Chapin has about 300 votes over Gerald Malloy. It says 100% counties reporting. So if this is true and this holds, longtime Senate Democrat Gerald Malloy will be giving way to the Republican J.D. Chapin.
Yeah, and that's a guy I've never really heard of.
Yeah, excuse me, I don't know him. Mike Rickenbaugh. Mike Rickenbaugh, who I do know, he will be returning to the Senate up in District 31 in Florence. Easily. Luke Rankin from Horry County. A lot of people getting upset, and they've had about a bellyful of Luke Rankin, but he just knocked the Democrat around, so he's going to go back.
Yeah, he can't really do much about, you know, you know when that gum on your shoe
like
stays
a wart
for like 3 days.
He's a wart.
A wart. Yeah.
Kevin Johnson, I still can't get over this. Kevin Johnson going to have to sit home in January.
Ooh.
Did you and I call that?
I called it.
You called it? All right. I'm going with you.
Go with me.
I think Jeff Zell is. I'm showing 75% of the counties reporting.
I'm showing more than that, dude. I'm showing 90.
Oh, good. Looks
like Shannon Erickson, 99% reporting. Yeah, she won.
She skated by. No problems there. Tom Fernandez. Let's see here. Brad Hutto got a little bit of a scare, but he'll be heading back to the Senate. I would imagine he will be the minority leader with Setzler retiring. Matt Lieber, your new state senator for District 41. That's not a pickup. That's just a new senator, real conservative senator.
More conservative, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Chip Campson, representing Charleston, Colleton, and Beaufort counties. He's going to be going back, chairman of the Fish and Game Committee, and a environmental stalwart for those of us here on the coast. Brian Adams, fantastic guy, former law enforcement. He's going to go back. Easy win for him. Tom Davis, again, easy win. He doubled up more so, if you will, in his district.
MSNBC told this could be serious.
Our friend April Cromer is going to be going back to the State House. She easily won.
Hey, let me tell you something. MSNBC live, they were just on there, and they said, "This could be serious." This could be serious.
You know, my wife and I have been talking about that for weeks now. I mean, MSNBC above any of them. You know what I'm saying? They make CNN look like, CNN's like conservative news compared to the MSNBC. I mean, they actually will sit there and say, man, this is going to cause, cars to not run anymore, and grass is going to grow purple now.
It's entertainment. It's fiction. That's what I was saying earlier. They're like a fiction channel, just for liberals to just get their hate rocks off. You know what I mean?
People, they believe this crap. They literally believe this. Look what Oprah Winfrey said last night. This is the last time you're going to be able to vote. What freaking fool would actually believe that trash?
Well, I'll tell you what. If it was Kamala Harris that won, it might damn well be. That wasn't a warning. That was her hoping. That was her telling you what she hopes is the case. Vote Kamala Harris, so this is the last time that you'll ever have to vote, because we'll take over at that point.
Can you imagine the memes we're going to get of like the girl in wherever it was, New York, DC, the girl like wailing out loud. She's like on every meme around. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I wonder how many more of those we're going to get. I mean, they're going to freak out.
Well, I'll tell you what. My only hope is that I am somebody who takes some of those pictures and gets some of that video outside of these doors.
Oh, yeah.
The moment that, and I got to tell you, I just want to be honest with you. The moment that I see these states called for him and he hits that 270 mark, I'm going to sign off and I'm heading out to the streets of Washington, D.C. because I want to.
Absolutely.
I'm going to BLM Plaza and I'm
have Tyler scream and I'll feed it back.
Oh, we're going to, and we're, hey, this is,
Braveheart style.
I'm so excited.
I'm going to slap my bare booty.
I'm so excited. So, anything else been called for Trump?
88% is in now.
88% of Georgia?
88% in, and they still haven't called it. I want to bring somebody on here.
Okay.
Just for a second. Let me go to this. I'm going to bring on to the stage candidate in Beaufort County District 1 County Council, Adam Beery. Welcome to the show, sir.
How are you tonight?
I'm good, Adam. How in the world are you?
I'm doing good, sir. I'm blessed. We have another day coming, and results aren't looking good for my district and for my seat. But I'm praying for the rest of the country, and I think we put an end back in.
Well, I know you did. I know you did for many reasons. And you know what, Adam? And that's an honorable thing to say and to feel. If you have done anything, and that makes Gerald Dawson pause and say, hey, we've got other people that are feeling this way or want this or want that or expect this or expect that, then you have done for the people, you've done a incredible job.
Well, I appreciate it, Mike. I appreciate your support. Like I said, we're excited about it. You don't know until you throw your hat in the ring, and we did that. And we'll see what the next 4 years brings, and maybe try again.
Man, if you do, and I hope you do, we want to have you on here, and we've got my co-host Corey Allen on here. He's up in DC right now.
Hey, Corey, how are you tonight, sir?
Hey, I'm doing well, man. Hey, it's all about staying in. Just stay in the game. I hate to use that word, but But
Nope.
stay in this situation because
Well, it's just stay in power. That's right. Stay in power is part of it, and I agree with you. And you guys you're awesome. So yeah, we're not going away.
So tell
nowhere
us,
to go.
over the next 4 years, what do you have in plan? Anything with local government, or what are your plans over the next several years?
Yeah, next 4 years, Mike. I'm gonna finish my architectural license, get licensed as an architect, and be able to do what I can do. Continue to promote and help the county of Beaufort. We do work in the private sector with Beaufort County quite a bit, and I'm going to continue to work with them, hopefully, and continue to reach out to the people, figure out what we can do, and move it forward. And whether or not we run in 4 years or not, that'll come in 4 years. But I'm wishing for the best for the country and for our county, and I congratulate Kenneth Dawson for his, wish him luck. We'll be there to support him when we can.
Absolutely, man. Adam, it's been a pleasure talking with you. Don't be shy. We want you to be a friend of the channel, and have a blessed rest of the evening. Adam Vieri, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming on, sir.
Thanks, sir.
And what a fine fellow right there, Corey. He again running as a Republican in a very heavy Democrat district. That he pulled some good numbers.
It takes guts, and it's something that is so necessary.
Big time.
Those are the people that I'm the most proud of, actually. The ones that go into these Democrat dens, and
that's what it was. It was a den, and he did it at the right time. The crime rate is up over there. I mean, murders are happening, drugs, trafficking. It was an opportune time, and because people are they're bent, and we wish him the best of luck in his next endeavors. Still watching both local, state, and national returns. The next polls close in 30 minutes, I believe. We're still waiting for Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. And actually, looking at Arizona and New Mexico, I'm shocked that Arizona is as close as it is. Trump's ahead by 0.3 of a point in Arizona, and I'm also shocked. I think 11 or midnight. But I'm also shocked in New Mexico that Trump is ahead with 35% of the vote in. He's ahead. I expected that to be an embarrassment, like Colorado. I mean, Trump is up 50-48 in New Mexico.
But what have they counted? You know what I mean? Like they just closed an hour ago.
There's not a lot of people there, but they've got almost 400,000 votes. 35% is in. I just, those 5 votes will be, they're important, but I just figured that he would have. New Mexico, I just wrote that off. So go figure.
Yeah. So I'm trying to find out, because you were talking about this earlier. I guess you're looking at the Fox News where it says Harris 117, Trump 205.
Right.
And I'm trying to find these. Oh, did you put DC in?
Yep.
Okay. Delaware.
Let me go to my calendar or my map here. DC is in. Let's see. There's 2 in Maine, and New Hampshire's not. Oh, yep. New Hampshire's called.
Yeah, and that's 4. I wonder if they've given her more in Maine than exists currently, because it hasn't been
now. Yeah, because I'm showing 119, and they're showing 117.
Yeah, and you've given her 2 points of Maine, correct? So they might have given her all 4 thus far.
Now we're equal.
And how did that happen?
I don't know how I did that. I took away 2 votes from Maine.
Yeah, okay. They haven't, because, they're not counting Maine right now until all of them come in. They're not giving her any of those.
Okay.
That's what it is. Okay, yeah, 117-205 according to Fox News. I can't believe they're not calling Georgia. Or North Carolina.
I can't believe it either.
I think North Carolina...
Now Harris is ahead in Virginia by 0.3 of a point.
That's going to happen, yeah. That's such a close one. I think she's going to take Virginia, man.
If I was betting, I would bet that she would. Just because of the population there in Northern Virginia. And, that's 13 votes that I don't really believe. Not too many people counted on to begin with.
Not for Trump, no. Those are always
You know what I'm saying? The Midwest right here, along with Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. Now that was counted on.
Virginia was definitely never in play in Trump's playbook, or in any of the issues that he was facing. Any of his roads to the White House. Oh, this is crazy. 205 to 117. He needs 65 points. So do me a favor. Click Georgia, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania for red, and let's see where that puts us.
Georgia,
North
Carolina,
Pennsylvania.
256.
Okay.
250.
Well, he's gonna get Idaho.
Yeah, let's throw that one in there. That's 260. All he needs is 10. Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona.
At that point, he needs one state.
One state, yeah. Arizona
Alaska,
should be. Alaska's got
Alaska.
3. Yeah, that's
should win
that's
that.
good. That's 263. All he's got to do is pull one of these: Pennsylvania, North Carolina,
Nevada.
Georgia, Idaho, Alaska, and Nevada's not going to be enough. That'll put him at 269.
But he'll win New Mexico, right?
Let's take another look. Now she's ahead. 61% in. She's ahead of New Mexico.
He'll win Nevada, but Arizona is key. She'll win Washington. Let's give her Washington, California, and Oregon, of course.
It's 191.
She'll take Minnesota. Because of Michigan. What do you think's gonna happen in Michigan?
Let's take a look here. Currently, they are dead even.
Okay.
In Michigan.
What about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, he's a hair ahead.
Well, if he wins, see, the thing here is, if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, and also he's going to get at least half a Maine, right? He'll get half a Maine. So that's
He should
another
get
2
votes in Maine, yeah.
So with that, if he gets 2 votes in Maine, then that means Nevada. If he gets Nevada, Arizona, or New Mexico, or Iowa, or Wisconsin, or Michigan, or Virginia, he wins.
So we just gave him 2 in Maine.
And that puts him any other state. That's it. He wins.
Yeah.
Any other state.
That's a legitimate map. And
That's a
for those folks who are
legitimate map.
watching, these lighter blues, this is what we think Kamala will do. And the lighter reds, this is what we think will happen. The ones that are tan, we're still not sold on. So,
And if you were to take Pennsylvania out, then of course he would have to win Arizona, Nevada, and New Mexico.
yeah, with Pennsylvania
Or you would
out,
have to win Michigan and then any other state, or Wisconsin and any other state.
yeah, with Pennsylvania out, he's at what is it, 24.
24.
So Arizona and Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, and 12, 20, Nevada. Yeah, Pennsylvania's crucial.
Very crucial. Are we going to know tonight?
I don't know. If we could find these ones that we were highlighting, I think that would paint such a different picture, for us. Let's take those back out. And 211 to 1.
Keep an eye on the green room because there might be some people coming in.
Yeah.
Shortly.
Still
I don't know how
211,
it looks on your
117.
I really think we should go ahead and I think we should be the ones to call Georgia right now.
What do you have to be the one? Just got to have the
they call
stone to
it.
do it.
You just gotta have the guts to do it.
Yeah, but nobody's going to listen.
What do you mean?
Well,
No,
there's got to be an official. Who's the official state
There
caller?
is no official. Bro, go to scvotes.org right now and
got it.
0 races have been called. They're not
Well,
even reporting anything. You see
yeah,
what I mean? So
yeah.
none of it's official. It's just that they use the math and they call it. That's what they do. And they're usually right. Sometimes they're incorrect. But it's just about it's basic math, bro.
I really believe North Carolina and Georgia are going to be going for Trump. Period.
I'm 100% that Georgia goes. I can't imagine Scott Pressler calling North Carolina for Trump without that being correct. I can't imagine him putting his own brand on the line like that.
Right. Did he release that on X?
Yes. It was 4 seconds old when I saw it.
I believe we're going to have Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. I do believe Virginia will continue its case of Democrat woes.
Yeah. President Trump received more votes in Butler County than he did in 2020.
Butler County, Pennsylvania.
That's where he took a bullet. That's right. That's right. He's increased his share of the vote in Lackawanna County, which is Scranton, Pennsylvania, from 2020.
That's where Corn Pop's from.
That's correct. Kamala is struggling to hit Biden's numbers in that Democrat county. She won't hit those numbers. But no, he still says that Donald Trump has won North Carolina.
Well, we're going to go ahead and give those to him. We're going to take Idaho out of here.
Yeah. Well, I think he'll obviously take Idaho, but yeah, you're right. We'll take Idaho out. Minnesota, I think we should put in her corner. I can't imagine Minnesota going anywhere else with Waltz.
I know. He's leading there in Minnesota. Only 5% in, but he's leading.
Yeah. That don't mean nothing.
Yeah, we'll I'm sure. Yeah, Corey and I are showing 239 to 117. We don't care what Fox News or CNN says or those morons at MSNBC.
Absolutely.
They need to check in with us. They need to check in with us next time.
31. Oh man, I'm like, I'm gonna have to take about 10 minutes. I'm gonna make some phone calls real quick.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna come back in. So kick me out so I can do this for these other issues.
All right. We'll
right,
take you out. There you go. All right. We're going to go into, let's see, what time is it? It's 10:43. This segment is brought to you by MXM Productions. Actually, that was the last segment. Well, I'm behind. This segment is brought to you by the Palmetto Woodworker. I'm very interested in that, so we're going to check that out. All right. While we're waiting for the rest of the polls to close, let's look again here in Beaufort County. Hopefully, we have some official results in. Let's take a look here. In Beaufort County, Trump beat Kamala Harris by, we got 65% of the precincts reporting. Right now, he's up by 13,000 votes. Nancy Mace is going to be going back. I believe only 64% of the precincts are in. She's got a pretty heavy lead over the Democrat Michael Moore. Chip Campson, Senator, 100% of the precincts are in. He is going to be staying in the Senate. Let's see, 46, Tom Davis, 42.5% of the districts or the precincts are reporting. I feel comfortable in saying Tom Davis is going to remain as the state senator for District 46. District 118, Bill Herb Kurzman, your new chair of the House LCI committee. He has a incredible win, 65% of the vote to Bill Herb Kurzman. Weston Newton, District 120, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, is going to be staying right there in office. Again, 67% of the vote. Let's go down to District 121. Michael Rivers, the Democrat, he will stay in office, it appears. They're saying 100% of the vote is in, but I can't see that, to be honest with you. He puts 2,000 more votes up on the board over Shelley Juhas. I don't know what happened in 122 with Representative Bill Hager. He's got a very small part of, actually, I do know what happened. What am I talking about? 19 votes cast in Beaufort County for District 122. So there's that. Jeff Bradley, he will be returning to the House in 123, 61-39 over the Democrat Lizette Safaldi. Shannon Erickson, the House Education Committee chairwoman, is going to remain as the House seat member for 124, easily beating 64-35. Other races here locally, we just talked to Adam Beery. He has lost to Gerald Dawson, who will remain in the County Council District 1. In District 3, York Glover, 96% of the vote. Write-in was Willie Terrell. Obviously, we don't call it by name, and we're only reporting 168 votes. A little shocking, to be quite honest with you. County Council District 7, Logan Cunningham is going to take that seat back again. Let's see here. School Board, Isaac Gordon, as 100% of the votes are in. It looks like he will be the school board member for District 1. Gordon is already a school employee, drives a bus, and now he's on the school board. District 6, unopposed. District 9, 11, they're all unopposed. Our state constitution question easily won, 84% yes. The referendum questions for the transportation tax, only 63% of the vote is in. but 56.5% have said no. Over on Hilton Head Island, 68% the people want Alex Brown to remain on town council. Steve DeSimone appears to have won in Ward 3. Melinda Tunner safely appears to have won in Ward 6. Let's also go to the mayor of Beaufort. 100% now reporting Phil Cromer is going to remain as Beaufort mayor, 57% of the vote. Mitch Mitchell and Neil Lipsitz going to remain on city council. They're the two highest vote getters. And let's see, the mayor of Hardyville was not opposed. City council in Hardyville, two people going to get this seat. John Carroll will be going back. And at least these are the votes, City of Council, Hardyville, out of Beaufort County. So this isn't set in stone, but Bo White and John Carroll appear to be those who have won. I did want to go back here and look at, I want to blow up the, let's see, who is, bear with me a second. In District 124, where Shannon Erickson is, she won every single precinct except for St. Helena 1A, Burton 3B, and Beaufort 1. I find that interesting. So I want to pull that a little bit closer. Again, Burton 3B and Beaufort 1. Both of those happen to be Democrat strongholds. But I think what's even more important is that her opponent, who lives in like Ladies Island, I don't know, 3C, 4C, 2A, something like that, Shannon just cleaned her clock, even in her own district. Who else? Let's go and look at Weston Newton's race, where he's going to be going back. See if he won. How many districts or precincts did he win? Weston Newton has won all but 4. Burton 5B, Seabrook 1. Burton 1D and Burton 5B. He did not win those. Those are high Democrat seats. Now, Burton 4, 1C, 1A, and 3, I believe it is, 3A. He did win those, but they're still high Democrat. And he won every other one other than Bluffton 2E and 5C. Let's see what those neighborhoods are. Let's see here. Bluffton. Let's see. Bluffton 2E. That's Oscar Frazier Park. Those communities right along through Red Cedar. Bluffton 1D, which is like the Sam's Club, Target, and one little strip coming back towards Bluffton proper. Other than those, he won them all. Tom Davis, his district. Let's take a look and see. You know, he handedly beat Gwyneth Saunders, a Democrat. Tom won every precinct except Bluffton 1D and Bluffton 2E. That's Delta and Echo. Let's see what those are. This is again for the Senate seat. It happens to be pretty much the same as what we just said for the lady who ran against Weston Newton. So those areas evidently are pretty strong with the Democrats. Interesting. And the 118th district, Bill Herb Kurzman easily won. And let's see what he lost 2 precincts. And oddly enough, it's the same 2 that we talked about with Tom Davis. So again, we have some parity. That where are the Democrats in those districts? They're all parallel with each other. Final one, and we'll get back to Corey. He's coming back with us. Let's look at Hilton Head Island. Jeff Bradley won all precincts except 2. He did not win the Windmill Harbor, that corridor right there. Is that heavy in, that's Ward 1. So yes, that's heavy in the Democrats. He also did not win, what is this? Woodlake, Folly Field, not to the beach, but that is a working class, that's a blue collar area of Hilton Head that he did not win. So anyway, we will, that's just good stuff to know. And we'll talk about that more as time goes on, and we'll bring Corey Allen back in here. How's it going, buddy? Corey, can you hear me? Corey must be on the phone. I think he's on the phone. Let's send him a note. And we'll see what's going on here. It is 10:54. We got polls closing in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho at 11 o'clock. I think both of us would agree that 3 of those will go to Comrade Harris, and Idaho should go to Donald Trump. 90% of the vote is in Georgia. And Trump has a 51.1% of that vote, but it's still not called. In North Carolina, 86% is in. Trump has 51%, pretty much the same deal.
Iowa's been called.
Iowa has been called
for Trump.
Yep, there we go. Let's we will change that on our big board. That's good, because I was a little nervous about that, buddy. Let me see what
That's what they were trying to do.
Yeah, he's at a 56-42, so not a lot. There's more corn there than anything.
CNN has called it for him. So look,
CNN. Yeah.
Do you see what this means? If he wins, so do me a favor. Give him Idaho, give him Alaska. Just briefly. Because that is, historically, that's how it's going to go. That puts him at 252. He needs 18 points at that moment.
Yep.
He takes
Pennsylvania would do it.
Pennsylvania does it. However, let's say he doesn't take Pennsylvania. Arizona and Nevada does it. Michigan and New Mexico.
That would be 17. That would be 17.
You're right. But we're not adding the 2 from Maine, are we? Or you have that in?
No. As a matter of fact, they have given him. I just see it now. They gave him. Or wait a minute.
You do have those 2 in.
I've got. Yeah, but she gets 2 also, I think.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. So okay, so give her 2, give him 2.
Hold on.
But you're right, Arizona and Nevada. Yeah, that's right.
$119. There we go.
Okay, so if he does Michigan and New Mexico, it's over. If he does Michigan and Nevada, it's over. If he does Michigan and Wisconsin, it's over. If he does Michigan and Arizona, it's over. If he does Wisconsin and Arizona, it's over. He's got so many routes.
Yep.
Or if he takes Pennsylvania, it's over. We are there, man.
We are very, very close. I tell you what, I'm going to go grab me another drink. If you just keep talking and entertaining, I'll be right back.
I will. Just so y'all know, James Teeple has officially that has officially been called. James Teeple has won State House District 116, so we keep that seat with a new Republican. So it's a new Republican because it was Matt Lieber, who held that seat, District 116 in South Carolina, and he left that seat to run for state senate. So he won. Matt Lieber won his state senate seat, and James Teeple won Matt Lieber's previous state house seat. Tom Fernandez is a state senator. Now he defeated incumbent Democrat Vernon Stevens handedly. Super excited about that. Jeff Zell has won. We're calling that. Jeff Zell has beat Kevin Johnson. So the I would say a criminal adjacent mafia-like institution of the Johnson family in Clarendon County and Sumter County have been completely defeated and obliterated. So, hey, that's another Democrat Senate seat that we have taken. You heard earlier, if you had joined us earlier, you heard Alan Wilson, Attorney General Alan Wilson, talking about how what he had been seeing on the ground, that we might have a supermajority in the South Carolina State Senate. That is huge. But I'll tell you what, this presidential election right here, she would literally have to win every single state to win. She would have to literally win every single one to reach 270. She doesn't have a path, man. That's why people are leaving. That's why people are leaving over at Howard University. And later tonight, we're going to go over there and check out Howard University, and we're going to see if there's anyone else left there with our black MAGA hats. Ooh.
Black MAGA hats.
Go ahead and let's see what happens. You should. We bought the last two at the place that we got them, but here in DC. But go ahead and give Kamala California and Oregon and Washington. Of course, she gets the communist coast.
Sorry for eating in front of you.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Starving. Let's do Oregon.
And Washington. And Hawaii, of course. She'll win Hawaii.
Yeah.
And that puts her at 197.
Yep.
So what can she... Okay, give her Virginia.
Oh, they just gave her... That's funny. They just
her?
gave her what we just did.
All of them?
Yeah.
They called what? For Trump. Yeah, of course. Idaho's been officially called for Trump.
And that's it so far.
Okay.
193, and we're showing 252. So.
Yeah, 197, 252. Okay, so that means that she needs 73 electoral votes. Just start clicking.
I don't see that on the board, man. I don't.
Just start clicking. Just start clicking. Give her Pennsylvania. Start with the high ones. Then give her Virginia.
All right, and let's give her Minnesota.
Give her Minnesota. Give her Michigan.
And let's throw in Wisconsin.
Throw Wisconsin. Okay, so here. Now give her New Mexico.
Yeah, it's still possible.
That gets her to 269. She would have to win. Now that means so she wins all of those.
She would have to win out.
She would have to win all of those and one more state. Now, what happens if you give Arizona and Nevada to Trump?
Should take him to 269 as well, I think. Yeah.
And then that's when that would be the tie. So there's no tie that's going to happen. Look.
Yep.
She has no way. So do you know what that means? That means that. Okay. Yeah, we'll clear the board. Clear the board. She has no chance of victory.
I would call it extremely slim.
Yeah, she would have to win Pennsylvania, Virginia, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Arizona, and another state. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
that's crazy. And all he has to do is win either two states or one state, one particular state, or any combination of two other states.
We need to. Let me see what. Man, 90% in Georgia.
And they're still not calling it?
Mm-mm.
What does it look like?
In North Carolina, he's up by 2 points. In Georgia, he's up by 3 points.
90%. Come on. They're not calling it? They're liars, man. See, that's why. Yeah, he's got Georgia. He's got North Carolina. Pennsylvania.
70% in Pennsylvania, they're not calling it.
70%. And what's how far is he up?
Wait a minute, just changed. 3.5 points.
3.5 points is up. 70%. Okay. See, here's my question. When they say 70%, do they mean 70% of the population or 70% of the precincts? That's the key to everything. It's got to be 70% of the population, 70% of the total votes that are in.
I would think it would be of the votes that
Utah.
are
Utah.
cast. To be cast. I think that's what that is.
Of votes cast. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're right.
If there's 100 votes, 70 of them are in.
Then that's how I believe that they tally it as well. Dude, I think we got Donald Trump. I think we got Donald Trump as president, bro. I'm blushing with excitement.
I'm gonna need you to quit jinxing it over there.
I can't. He said, I'm gonna need you to quit jinxing it over there. You can't jinx numbers, bro.
Yes, they can. Were we not this excited 4 years ago?
No.
I was. At this point in time.
Not at this time. He said, were we not this excited 4 years ago? No, not at this time.
That was before the whole whoop.
Yeah, but that was because of mail-in ballots.
Right.
The boop happened because of universal mail-in ballots with no states doing anything.
That was the whole Georgia thing, right?
I hope you're right.
Remember that?
They are not going to stop counting. Look, we've got Georgia. Brian Kemp, he said, we are not going to let that shit happen again.
Okay.
He said, we're going to have our results this night. They're not going to stop counting. Brian Kemp said that. I don't know, man. That if anything were to happen at this point, yeah, that's a revolution. In Minecraft, just kidding.
Minecraft,
yeah.
In Minecraft. That's ultimate nullification time for the states. Minnesota, I think we should just give Minnesota to. What does Minnesota look like? Are they even
Trump
counting
is up
yet?
60-37.
Trump?
And 12% in.
Trump is up 12%. See, that's weird to me, how a state like Montana can be completely done, and Minnesota is sitting there with 12%. But Trump's up by 30 points. Trump's up by 30 points in Minnesota. Tyler.
Huh?
Trump is up by 30 points in Minnesota.
Isn't that Walls' state?
Yes. Only 12% are in, though, for some reason.
Oh.
So I guess Minneapolis, St. Paul is not in yet. But you know, people hate Tim Walz in his state. They have
Now, this is-
massive buyer's remorse.
Get this. Now, I mean, I've been watching this for hours now. Georgia was at 90%. Now it's at 88%.
Okay. Are you screenshotting stuff? That's
No.
the key. Okay. Screenshot that 88% just in case. Did the numbers change? Or just the percentage?
Let me look again. I don't think so. I don't know.
Bro.
Let me take a picture.
I think we got.
I believe we do. I do.
Hey, Charleston County Sheriff, there are 186,000 votes in. 51% Carl Ritchie, 49% Kristen Graziano.
Wow.
It's close. It's closer than I would have liked it to be. That's for sure. Colleton County, Buddy Hill, I think is going to win. He's a sheriff.
Speaking of sheriff, I've been trying to find Jasper County, and I can't find anything.
Michelle Lieber, Matt's wife, I think I can go ahead and call that. She's won school board.
Good. It's in Charleston County, isn't it?
That's Charleston County. You think they just call what?
The Senate for the Republicans.
So,
A Senate majority, but check.
so I believe that CNN may have just called the Senate majority for the Republicans.
Now that, my friends, is huge.
That would be big. We need to double check it.
Need to keep the House.
Because the Ohio
That's what's worried me is the
Because
House.
of Ohio.
Now, did Vance have to give up his seat to run for VP?
Oh, yeah, he just announced it.
Yeah.
He makes the Republican majority. He just called it.
Bernie Moreno, Ohio Senate candidate, Republican.
He just beat a Democrat
He had just beat a Democrat incumbent
and
for
took the
Ohio
majority.
Senate to take the majority. Yes, Vance has to resign if he wins, or is he still a senator currently?
Who?
Vance. He's an Ohio senator.
It's a separate seat.
I understand that, but I'm saying so. Vance
If Vance becomes
is
vice
running
president, the seat will go to a special election.
a special election, but currently Vance is still Ohio
Yes.
senator.
Yes.
So that's including Vance as
He'll
a
be
senator.
until
Okay.
he's inaugurated.
So
Yes,
that's
a senator until he's
that's
inaugurated.
still a
then
big
special
iffy
election.
there. Yeah.
So both Ohio senators as of this moment are Republican. So the Senate has become Republican majority. That's a good sign for
Yeah.
the Republican presidency.
What about the House? Where are we with that?
The House, man, there's
Now you might see
435.
some protests at the Capitol tomorrow.
I'm hearing, just so you know, I'm hearing multiple alarms
Yeah.
outside my window right now.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Just as the Senate is called. I want to give Minnesota to Harris, but
All right, I'm gonna take this phone call. I'll be right back.
Let me check the law enforcement in D.C.
and Donald Trump, from what I'm seeing, is also winning the popular vote by at least 6 million votes.
6 million.
So far.
Yeah. 46 million to 52.18 million.
That was my prayer.
And they're giving Harris 179. So what if we given her that?
What have we given?
Oh, that's right, because we've given her Hawaii.
Yeah.
And we've given her 14 extra, or no, we've only
No.
given her 6 extra votes. What have they not called?
They're saying she has 193.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at Live 5, which is taking their stuff from CNN.
Yeah, if I took Hawaii off, it would be 193.
Right, they're giving her 179, but they're not telling me what that looks like. Live 5 is. Live 5 News. Oh man, this is good. You did Utah, so it's Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. Oh man. You know, we're coming up on 11:30, man. I think look, we've taken a supermajority in the South Carolina State Senate.
Yep.
We've increased our supermajority in the South Carolina State House. We've taken more conservative seats, as far as I can tell so far, in school boards across the state.
Mm-hmm.
Beaufort County is doing what they always do. Unfortunately, they've done better this time than they ever have, because usually it's still 0%. We'll get to it tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
Nancy Mace has won. Jim Clyburn has won, unfortunately. Ralph Norman, all of those seats. So the changes are Sherry Biggs, and that's it. William Timmons has retained his. Nancy Mace has retained hers. Ralph Norman, Joe Wilson. Go ahead.
House District 102, isn't that up your way? Joe Jefferson?
Yes, Joe Jefferson and Harriet Holman.
He lost.
Harriet Holman beat him. Yeah, I thought that was probably going to happen. Harriet Holman is, I'm going to refrain from having a discussion about that.
Mm-hmm.
What I will say is I don't believe she lives in her district, and also she was a Democrat up until 3 years ago when she decided to change. She was a county councilwoman under Democrat, and she switched parties and became councilwoman as a Republican in the same exact seat, and then decided to take on a conservative that I know and appreciate, Ralph Elsey.
That's why.
So we'll see that I'll put it in the win column for now. We'll see what she really does.
Nobody ran against Tiffany Span Wilder. Unbelievable.
And
Are there
where's that?
Tiffany Span Wilder, District 109? That's like Hollywood.
Oh yeah.
I think
it's so crazy, man, how that happens. It's interesting. We didn't lose any seats though in South Carolina. We didn't lose any.
Nope.
It looks like Russ Ott is going to take that seat, of course. So that stays Democrat, unfortunately. Jason Gurry loses.
No gain there.
No gain. Krista Hassel, I think, has lost. So that's not a gain, but it's not a loss, because that was also a Democrat seat. It's unfortunate. Krista Hassel is a great woman. I expect to see a lot more from her in the future, as far as activism goes.
I reported earlier that Bill Hager got waxed. It's not true. He got waxed in Beaufort County. The rest of his counties that he represents in District 122, looks like he's going to actually win, which is good. I was a little like Audrey Hopkins Williams came out of like nowhere.
Yeah. Okay. So it's just Beaufort County. I think we've about hit where we're gonna be tonight, man. And if things get called and we get there, I think we're gonna have to go. I'll just do a live. You'll do a live.
Yep. I think that's where we are.
Great show, bro.
Hey, real quick, in solicitor for just Circuit 9, the 9th Circuit, Scarlett Wilson, David Osborne. Who was incumbent? Do you know?
Scarlett.
Okay.
Scarlett Wilson has been, yeah, and she's a Republican. She's done some really good stuff. She's been very helpful in a number of key areas. So that's good stuff.
Good.
That sheriff's race, that's the one that we're still looking at a little bit.
They called New Mexico.
New Mexico's been called for Kamala Harris.
New Mexico has gone to the dark side. I'm sorry, to Kamala Harris.
They called New Mexico for Kamala Harris, but they won't call Georgia for Trump. These people are
here. When did they call that?
A minute. a second ago on CNN.
Okay. Yeah, Georgia is still.
Trump got West Virginia. I think y'all did that one.
Yeah.
West Virginia, yeah, that's true.
Now Georgia's at 90.38%, 3-point lead. They've counted, let's see, 4.9.
Fox News hasn't called it.
Nope, they haven't. 4.9 million votes or so have been counted in Georgia.
Out of how many?
You know, I have no idea.
Well, people came back to her headquarters.
Kamala's back at her headquarters?
There's people there, yeah.
Oh. You know, I think that's what we're probably going to do once we sign off is I think we're going to grab some electric scooters and go down to Howard University to Kamala Harris's headquarters.
All right, well, if you need to take off, wait, we got a question here. Let's see what this is. Shelley Daniels. David Barrow is gone. Cindy Fisk's candidates had a very bad day all around. Not familiar with that. Are you?
I don't know. David Barrow, that's Horry County. And Cindy... No. I'm sorry. That's a different Cindy. Cindy Fisk is far left crazy. David Barrow, I think... Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Oh, Berkeley County, she says.
Yes, Berkeley County. That's right. Berkeley County School Board. And Cindy Coates won. Cindy Bone Coates. And she is good people. She's a hardcore conservative. Berkeley County School Board did very, very, very well, conservative-wise. So I'm very excited about that. I didn't get a chance to talk about that actually tonight. But thank you, Shelley, for that. You reminded me. That's very, very important. That's very important. So yeah, there you go.
Very, very. All right, bud. Well, if you all are gonna,
I think that's what we're gonna do, man. And if you want to stay on,
Yeah,
I'll sign in from for sure, and I'll sign in from the phone when I get down there. And if you're still on, I'll check out what's going on.
Give us a on the street review. What's going on?
I'll definitely try and do that, man. We're gonna be out there and about. So I'll see you here soon.
All right, brother.
All right, man. Kick me out.
All right. Well, there you have it. We're gonna have on the scene reporting by Corey. He'll be coming up here shortly. Hopefully, get on a scooter up there in DC and ride around and get some footage of some things we both believe are going to start happening. But we'll see. Anyway, this segment's sponsored by Curran Financial Partners. Be sure to go check them out. That's Curran Financial Partners. Author of Retire, y'all.
Everything that rocks is right here. Right here.
Let's rock.
With Big Patriot Radio.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now we have our big board up here, and I'm showing 220. Oh, I know why. Because I gave Trump Alaska, which hasn't been called. We were doing some hypotheticals. So I'm showing 217 to 198. Again, I don't know how they're calculating this. Fox News polls is at 216, 193. I am curious how they're getting to that. Oh, I gave, there we go. It's only one difference, and that's because of the split vote in Maine. So now we're back to where we need to be. I have given her New Mexico. Let me check and see if New Mexico has been called at all. I haven't heard, so we're going to take a gander. If you have any questions or comments, please get in your chat bar and let us know what's going on. We will address them. Let's see. New Mexico. I am not I am not seeing New Mexico call. Let's go to CNN. Oh. Let's see. And I'm not showing it there either on CNN, so I'm not sure where they got that from. Let's take a look at the Senate and the House on Capitol Hill. As of right now, the Republicans hold a lead in the Senate. They flipped one. In the House, the Republicans have flipped three. They still hold a sizable lead. So that is awesome. Georgia Secretary of State is praising quick election result reporting. Well, why don't you all call the damn race then? How about that? How about that? Wisconsin hasn't been called, but Trump is winning with 66% of the vote in. Not sure why they haven't called that one. Let's take a look-see at Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania still at 76.3%. And he is at 51.8%. 51.8% of the vote. Let's see, my screen won't show that. So Virginia, Harris has added to her lead. I really believe that Virginia is probably going to go to the Democrats, those 13 or whatever it is votes. She's at 50-48. North Carolina, though, 88.75% in. Trump is ahead 50-48 and 50-48 in Georgia with 91% of the vote in. On the popular vote side, Trump is at 55,993,000 votes, and Kamala Harris is at 50,878,000 votes. So 5.1 million more votes have been cast for Donald Trump than Kamala Harris. Arizona, definitely too close to call. Donald Trump has a 3,000 vote lead. 50% of the vote is in. It's 49.6, 49.5. Way too close. Way too close. Nevada has not reported. They are closed, but they have not reported. Again, here locally, in Beaufort County, Shannon Erickson is going to remain in the State House. Gerald Dawson is going to remain county council. Same with York Glover. Logan Cunningham is going to remain on county council. Isaac Gordon is going to be a new school board member. Alfonso Small as well, Leah Frazier as well, and Ingrid Boatwright. All of them were unopposed. In the all-important referendum questions, 100% of the precincts voting, 85% of the people said, yes, we want a South Carolina constitutional change to get rid of the word every and add the word only. On the sales tax for transportation, 100% are reporting in. 56% said no. No, and 55% said no to the GO bond of $515 million. Again, 100% is in there. 100% reporting on the island, Hilton Head Island. Alex Brown will be on the town council again. Steve DeSimone will be joining him along with Melinda Tooner. or Tunner rather. She easily won. Let's see, Public Service District, Hilton Head 2, Stuart Bell is going to be representing there. District 3, unopposed, Patricia Flynn Soltis. District 4, Jerry Cutterer and Andrew Palerno on the 6th district. Fripp Island Public Service Commission, top 4 vote getters, Edward Reitzel, Dennis Perrone, John King, and Rick Cupp. All 4 are going to make it there. Phil Cromer is going to be the remain as Beaufort's mayor with a win over Josh Scalati. Mitch Mitchell and Neil Lipsitz, rather, will remain on Beaufort City Council. And across the state, some people of importance to the show. And let's go up here. Terrence Lee Simpson, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate the work you guys are doing on reporting, fellows. We appreciate you, Terrence, on tuning in with us. Nancy Mace looks to be like she, matter of fact, it is 100% in. Nancy Mace will remain the congresswoman for the 1st District, U.S. House of Representatives. 59% over 41. Joe Wilson easily won. He'll stay as congressman for the 2nd District. Sherry Biggs going to be the new congresswoman for the 3rd District, U.S. House of Representatives. Let's see here. District 4, William Timmons, 100% voted, or 100% are reporting, and he's got 60% of the vote over the Democrat opponent. Ralph Norman up there in the York Rock Hill area, 90% of the vote in. He's going to remain there as the congressman for that area. Duke Buckner, yeoman's effort is bested by Jim Clyburn. He'll remain in Congress for another round. Bluffton Tiger. How about DeSimone and Melinda Turner? It's Tunner. Bluffton Tiger. Tunner. Woohoo. That's right. Yes. DeSimone, Steve DeSimone, Melinda Tunner, especially Melinda. I've followed her. I've spoken with her husband, Mike. Actually, I've spoken with her as well, but I follow him on some things. And yeah, glad to see them get on the Hilton Head Town Council. Russell Fry, he up in the Horry County area, 7th District in Congress. He'll remain in office. On the State House side, State Senator, the Senate President, Thomas Alexander, he will remain in office. Let's see, we had Richard Cash up in Anderson. He easily won re-election. Some other folks, let's see here, of interest. Danny Verdon, I believe he is from the Greenwood area, good fellow. He'll be going back to the State Senate. Billy Garrett, another good guy in the 10th District. He'll be going back. Josh Kimbrell from Spartanburg. He has won re-election. These are all Republicans, by the way, in case you're keeping score. In the 12th Senate District, Roger Allen Nutt is going to be the senator up in that area. Let's see. Shane Martin re-elected. Harvey Peeler, long time senator. He is going to be going back. Wes Clymer from York County, going to stay there in the State House. Michael Johnson, District 16, he will remain there. These are all Republicans. Everett Stubbs and Michael Fanning. Stubbs is a Republican. Mike Fanning is a Democrat. There are 75% of the counties have voted. It's 49.98 to 49.92, a matter of like 32 votes separate the Republican and the Democrat incumbent. Right now, the Republican is leading. Unknown how many of the, provisional votes are part of that. So District 17 may flip. It may flip. Keep your eye on 17. District 19, that is going to stay in the Democrats' hands. The challenger from the UNC party, whatever that is, Tamika Isaac Devine, is going to remain in office in the Senate seat 19. In 20, Democrat Ed Sutton will take that seat. 21, Democrat Darrell Jackson. 22, Democrat Overture Walker. I believe he is a new one as well. Let's see here. District 24, Tom Young, Republican, will retain that office. In District 26, contested seat, only 2/3 of the counties have reported. Right now, Democrat Russell Ott has about 3,000 votes on top of Jason Gary, the Republican. That is a current Democrat seat, so the Republicans can gain one or they can leave it as status quo. Let's see. District 27, Republican Alan Blackman. He's the one who knocked off Katrina Shealy. He easily beat the Democrat Yakima Curtin. Big upset in the 29th Senate District. Republicans picking up a seat as J.D. Chaplin has beaten Gerald Malloy. I'm sure that will be a recount, as there are about 300 votes, maybe 290, something like that, that separate them. Let's see here. District 31, Mike Rickenbaugh will be going back to the Senate. Luke Rankin's going to be staying in the Senate. Those are both Republicans. District 35, Mike Jones and Jeffrey Graham, too close to call. Only about 600 votes separate them. Jeffrey Zell, we had him here on the show, has topped Democrat Kevin Johnson. A lot of issues and things to talk about with Kevin Johnson, but it looks like Jeffrey Zell is going to take that seat over. Why isn't Fox calling North Carolina in Georgia for Trump, says Bluffton Tiger 1. Well, that is a good question, and I can only surmise the answer is this. Because it's too close for anyone to say. Now, why is Fox not doing it in lieu of MSNBC or CNN, who will not call it? That's a good question, and that may be something in the numbers. I mean, you look at Georgia right now, 91% in. Trump has, it's under 1 million now. He's got 2.553 million to Harris's 2.418 million. That is pretty close. That is pretty close. I'll say that. In North Carolina, 89% of the counties are in. He has about the same, 50.7 to 48.1. It's probably a little too close. In Virginia, they haven't called that. She has about 100,000 point lead there with 80% in. In Pennsylvania, 79% in. Trump holds a 200,000 vote lead. Again, that's probably just a little too close to call. There's two, not knowing, and I don't have the data here that shows what areas have not been counted. If those numbers equal the delta between where they are and where they could be, I mean, to me, that would make sense. That's why they're not calling it. But they didn't ask me. So back to the state house. Tom Fernandez from Berkeley County, going to be the District 39 senator after beating Democrat Vernon Stevens. This is a Republican win. 100% of the counties reporting. Fernandez with a 1,200 vote win over the incumbent. Brad Hutto in District 40, going to be going back to the Senate. Matt Lieber is taking over Sandy Sinn's spot as he beat her in the primary, and he destroyed Democrat Rita Atkins to be the new state senator from District 41. Chip Campson, here locally in the Charleston-Beaufort area, easily sailed to victory. Brian Adams, also from Berkeley County, easy win in District 44. District 46, Tom Davis, probably the easiest win of the night. He will be staying in the Senate. And that'll do it for the Senate. Now, in the State House of Representatives, I don't know the total number of pickups, but it's a heavy Republican win. When you start looking down the scrolls of the districts, it's very heavy representatives. John McCravey in District 13 annihilated a Democrat. Let's see, who else? Now, in District 15, the incumbent Democrat J.A. Moore beat Carlton Walker, beat him pretty handily, albeit by 1,300 votes. The percentages show otherwise. Let's see, any other pickups? District 22, I am not sure. These look like two newbies, Paul Wickensheimer and Bran Fowler. Wickensheimer is the winner, Republican. Not familiar with those two folks. Let's see. Bruce Bannister going to be going back to the House. David Martin in District 26. Let's see. Who else? A lot of Republican wins where there were battles. The Democrat wins look to be like where there was nobody running against them. Good friend, District 38, Josiah Magnuson easily wins his seat back in the House of Representatives, 82%, 17%. Josiah Magnuson, member of the House Freedom Caucus. Joe White, unopposed. He'll be back in there. Let's see. It's, again, plenty of Republican wins. Brandon Newton in District 45 going to be doubled up the Democrat. Tommy Pope, Brandon Guffey, unopposed. John King, Democrat from District 49. He'll be staying there. 49, 50, 51, 52. Those are all close Democrat-held areas, and they're all going back. Representative Yao won in the 53rd district. Let's see. District 57, Lucas Atkinson, Democrat, won that race. Trying to find, let's see, Jay Jordan, he'll be going back, member of the House Judiciary Committee. Fawn Petalino, District 64, she incumbent beat the Democrat easily to stay in District 64 in the House. Let's see who else. Speaker Merle Smith, unopposed. Let's see, Chris Wooten, he'll be going back. Nate Ballantyne going to be going back. Kirkman Finley, District 75. This one, not understanding. They're saying counties reporting 0%. Heather Bauer, the Democrat incumbent, has a 1,000 vote lead, if you will, about 900 really. 900 vote lead over former, not the incumbent, but former Representative Kirkman Finley. But it's showing 0% reporting, so not sure what that's all about. Let's see. Kathy Landing, easy win over Democrat opponent for District 80. District 82, William Clobber, the Democrat, going to be going back, narrowly beating Republican Spurgeon. Let's see here. Ormus, Kilmartin, Taylor, They're all going back no contest. Let's see. RJ May going back no contest. Micah Caskey easily win over Democrat Wayne Borders in the 89th seat. Let's see here. Jerry Govan in the 93rd district does look like he is going to be going back in the 93rd seat. Gil Gatch unopposed. Gilda Cobb Hunter unopposed. Chris Murphy, Berkeley, Dorchester area. He'll be going back to the State House in District 98. Mark Smith and Celeste Davis, both out of Charleston. Both of them will be going back as Republicans. It looks like we picked up another seat, the Republicans, in the 102nd District. Harriet Holman over Joe Jefferson. 100% of those seats are reporting. William Bailey going to be going back. Kevin Hardy, Val Guest, Case Brattain, Lee Hewitt, all Republicans with no competition. Tom Hartnett in the 110th District going to be going back. Wendell Gilliard, Democrat over there in Charleston, he's going to be going back. Let's see here. Bear with me. I just went back to the beginning. How goofy is that? We'll take a final look here at all of them before we sign off. We'll check with the federal votes and see if anything has changed there. Let's see. So Kirby, Holman, Anderson, Bailey, went through all that. Let's see here. Cody Mitchell, unopposed. Jackie Terrible, unopposed. That's pretty bad when write-ins got 9% of the vote. Interesting what the problem is there with Jackie Terrible. Kathy Landing, we told you about that one. Bill Taylor, unopposed. Up there in the Aiken area. Chris Murphy in Charleston, he's going to be going back. Representative Gagnon, Republican from the 11th, he's going to be going back. And of course, we had told you about Shannon Erickson, Jeff Bradley, Weston Newton, Bill Herb Kurzman, all of them going to be going back, all with handily led victories in all their races. So let's check. Let's take a check here on the federal map. So we can go ahead and Fox News has given New Mexico to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris also is going to win Virginia. So Virginia has gone to the Harris campaign. Let's see. We have... I'm missing something. North Carolina. North Carolina is now called for Donald Trump. We are at 232 to 232 to 211. This is down to the bare bones, the bottom. Donald Trump needs 37 votes. 37 delegates is all he needs to become the 47th president. How is he going to do that? Well, if you can take Pennsylvania, where he's leading a couple 100,000 now, that's 19, and Georgia's 16. That right there is 35. He needs 37. So those two, and throw in any gimme, and you could say, let's see, 16, 19, that's 35, 268, and Alaska would win it, I believe. Let's just hypothetically do that. If you gave him Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Alaska, he wins. Okay. Let's take those off. And let's try it a little different way. Let's take that off. Let's see where he is in Arizona. Man, that's tight. That is tight. Wisconsin is winning there, winning in Michigan. If he was to keep Georgia, Alaska, and Michigan, he still isn't there. Okay, so Pennsylvania is a big deal. Pennsylvania is a big deal. Let's get rid of Michigan. And let's say he picks up Nevada and Michigan. Yeah, that's 273. He's got it. So, Michigan and Pennsylvania is a big deal. Getting that Georgia vote is a big deal. That needs to, we need to get that to happen. We need to get that to happen. So we are just, thank you, Ozzy. Fox News, Ivy. Fox News gives North Carolina to Trump and New Mexico to Harris. Good to go there. We are just going to wait as really Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arizona, North Carolina, Georgia, and Nevada, all too close to call. The Georgia and Pennsylvania ones, that's critical. That's critical. Next polls are going to close in 12 minutes. That'll be Hawaii, and Alaska doesn't close until 1 o'clock Eastern time. 1 o'clock Eastern. Arizona's a toss-up. Something must be wrong in Nevada. Nothing's being reported there. Looks like she's going to roll in Minnesota. Not surprising. You can pretty much go ahead and give her those 10 electoral votes. That'll take her to 221. Wisconsin still looks good, 71% in, and Trump is at 51%. Michigan looks even better. Of course, Wisconsin has 10 electoral votes and Michigan has 15. So all of that matters. All of that matters. I want to thank the folks over at F1 Mechanical. This segment's going to be sponsored by F1 Mechanical. Be sure to check those folks out. Tell them you heard about them right here on Big Patriot Radio and Beaufort County's House of Cards. We are seeing that reports coming in that the Senate is going to be under control of the Republicans with at least 51 seats. There are some more to go, but it looks like we have secured 51 seats. The House is still in play, but it does bode well for the Republicans to maintain control of the House of Representatives. Let's take a check of all of our social media here. A lot of folks tuning in tonight. And don't forget, Corey Allen is on the streets over there in Washington, D.C. We may hear from him here in a little while. On the popular vote side, Donald Trump has 60,293,000 votes to the 56,193,000 votes to Kamala Harris. So he is winning the popular vote rather easy breezy, as they say. Looking at the map, does anything shock me? No, not really. I guess the closeness of Virginia is a little shocking. I would have, preferred that go red, but I mean, that's okay. It's, maybe Virginia's changing. It's very close, and normally that's an easy Democrat win. Maybe not so much anymore. I don't know. We'll see what happens. The rest of things, no, I'm not real shocked. I knew Illinois was going to go blue. The New England typically always does this. That's what we thought. The West Coast typically is always, left leaning, and that doesn't really shock anybody. I don't think so. I know it doesn't shock me. So really, now we're looking for the spoilers. That's going to be the big thing. That is going to be the big thing. Next poll is going to close in like 7 minutes. I tell you, I'm going to go out on a limb since it's Hawaii. I'm going to go ahead and give that to Kamala Harris. That'll take her up to like 215, 216, whatever it is, like that. Again, if you see some discrepancy from, if you're watching Fox News or CNN or whatever, or apps, and you see a couple of votes here and there that are different on my screen, this is mainly because of the split votes in Nebraska and Maine. I may not have the right way to allocate those, so close enough for government work. That's what we're going to say for this. If we could get that Georgia and Pennsylvania to commit, just commit to one way or the other, I think that would, that would put a lot of things in place. Georgia's reporting 93% of the vote is in. Trump is at 50.78%. He's leading her by almost 200,000 votes. And once again, the Republicans were going to retake control of the Senate. Who's going to be the Senate Majority Leader? Will it be Mitch McConnell or will it be someone else? I don't pay a whole lot of attention to the U.S. Senate, their dealings. I know there was a lot of stories going on over the last week or so about Mitch McConnell. I didn't really pay much attention to it, so I didn't follow it. But it'll be interesting to see who takes that spot. Bluffton Tiger, Secret Service has just dispatched a full presidential detail to Mar-a-Lago. They know. Interesting. Let me follow that up. Thank you, Bluffton Tiger. Let me follow that up with my law enforcement channels that I happen to have. And let's see what's going on. Let's go to events. Okay, I'm not showing that on mine. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying I don't have it, but that's okay. That is okay. Be interesting to hear what that what comes out of that. And again, Bluffton Tiger 1 shared with us that the Secret Service has just dispatched a full presidential detail to Mar-a-Lago down there in West Palm Beach. If you let me know where you got that from, Bluffton Tiger, I'd like to, well, actually, let me see if I can find it this way. Let's take a look here and see if we can find any updates on that. So I don't see anything across the wire yet. That doesn't mean anything. It just means it's not across the wire. Let's also check into Washington, D.C., see if there's any uptick in 2 hours ago, WUSA Channel 9 in D.C. Reported that protesters are blocking traffic near the White House, and multiple streets have been closed by police. Also, students in D.C. have been protesting in support of Kamala Harris. That doesn't shock me one bit. As we were told earlier, Kamala Harris had a watch party, or has a watch party at Howard University. One of the folks, students, Ariana did not give her last name. She's a Howard University student. Told ANI that she voted for Kamala because she thinks she's going to win because we need to fight for reproductive freedom. This is America's students right here. Unbelievable. Let's see here. Bluffton Tiger says Oregon is now in play for Trump. Oregon has been already given to Kamala Harris. That was in the last hour. Are you talking about Wisconsin or Michigan, Bluffton Tiger? Let us know in the comments. Because in Wisconsin and Michigan, he being Donald Trump, has about the same exact spread that in each other. So interesting. Same thing. He's got 51.2% of the vote in Wisconsin, 51.6% of the vote in Michigan, 51.4% of the vote in Pennsylvania, and 50.1 or 50.8 in Georgia. All Trump places. And yes, they announced that they just gave Hawaii to Kamala Harris. We knew that was coming, so we went ahead and did it anyway. Still waiting for Georgia and Pennsylvania. Still waiting for Georgia and Pennsylvania. Just learning from Texas that Senator Ted Cruz has been reelected as senator for the Lone Star State. That was a hard-fought battle with, I believe the gentleman's name was Colin. I think. I'm not sure what it was. But anyway, I know there was a lot of talk in the media about how his opponent was extremely disingenuous with his his conversation. Down in Florida, Florida voters say no to an abortion amendment that DeSantis pushed against. Let's see what the headlines. It was a high-stakes abortion amendment in Florida, they called it, failed earlier today. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. Let's see. Abortion on the ballot been seen as a sticking point for Republicans since the overturning of Roe v. Wade, but a major amendment in Florida failed after voters voted no on the progressive legislation. The measure needed a 60% supermajority to pass the highest threshold in the country. It failed after 43% voted no and 57% voted yes. All right. Florida's abortion ban has been a contentious topic in the once swing state, with proponents of the amendment arguing that the Sunshine State's current 6-week abortion ban is too restrictive after it was implemented in May. So the progressive left trying to change has been defeated in Florida. Still no change for Georgia and Pennsylvania. Wisconsin and Michigan, all just about the same. All showing the same thing. Bluffton Tiger, if you're still out there, like I said, Oregon can't be in play. It was given to Kamala Harris earlier, those 8 electoral votes. I got your message, but if you could clarify that for me. Don't forget, Republicans are projected to take control of the Senate in Washington. They're going to have at least 51 seats, maybe more. But at least 51. That's where we are now. Let's see here. Looks like parties are starting to take off a little bit across the country. Let's see if we can find out here. Yeah, nothing there. All right. Well, that, I believe, is going to do it for us for tonight. I think it's going to go into the morning hours. We are 6 minutes past midnight. And I don't believe this is going to be called tonight. It's really Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we know, I can go ahead and do this. Why not? We know that Alaska is going to go red. So we're at 236 and 215. Georgia, Pennsylvania, that's huge. Wisconsin, Michigan, that's huge. And one of Arizona and Nevada, one of those would be nice. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But that is going to that's going to do it for us for tonight and the F1 Mechanical election night show. I want to thank Corey Allen for coming on. Also, Andrew Southwick, all the candidates that stopped by. Appreciate all of you for taking time. What is wrong with this thing? Taking time to come by and spend some time with us here on Beaufort County's House of Cards. Let's see. Thursday this week. Not sure if there'll be a show or not. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll see what happens with this. We may come back with a short show that'll be a little bit of recap North. Congratulations to everybody in Beaufort County, Charleston County, Dorchester, my good friend Tom Fernandez, Bill Hurtkirk from Weston Newton, Tom Davis, Jeff Bradley, Shannon Erickson, and everybody else who supported. Well done. That's going to do it for us tonight. Hopefully another time we hear from you again. Donald Trump be the next 47th president of the United States. Until next time, keep your eyes peeled on the road ahead and take a look around and see what's going on with you. And watch. Until then, good night, everybody.